Aloha mai kako, good morning. This is the January 19th, 2022 Land Use Commission meeting, which is being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via the Zoom internet conferencing platform. We're doing this, of course, to comply with ongoing county and state official operational directives during the still ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are able to attend and view the meeting via the Zoom webinar platform. One change that has occurred during the pandemic is that we make our court transcript recordings from this Zoom recording. So it's really important for all participants that I stress to you the importance to speak slowly, clearly, directly into your microphone. And before speaking, it is helpful to identify yourself for the record. Please be aware, of course, for all meeting participants, including any witnesses or public testifiers who come in, that this meeting is being recorded on the digital record of this meeting. So your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record for the event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should leave the meeting now. As most of us know by now, the Zoom conferencing technology allows the parties and each individual commissioner individual remote access to the meeting via our own personal digital devices. Because of that, and because of many times matters entirely outside of our control, occasional disruptions to connectivity may occur. If this does happen, please let us know and please be patient as we try to restore audiovisual signals in order to conduct business during the pandemic. For any members of the public who are here who wish to testify on any matter on which testimony is being allowed, and you are accessing this meeting by phone rather than the Zoom internet software, please know that to raise your hand, you can press the key sequence *9, or the same again to lower it, and *6 to be asked to be unmuted. Otherwise, participants can use the software raise hand button to raise your hand. We will take breaks from time to time, approximately 10 minutes every hour. My name is Jonathan Likeke Scheuer, and I have the pleasure and honor of serving as the State Land Use Commission Chair. We currently have 8 seated commissioners of a possible 9. Along with me on Oahu, Commissioner Don Chang, Commissioner Arnold Wong, Commissioner Ed Axon, as well as our Chief Executive Officer, Daniel Ordenker, our Chief Planner, Scott Derrickson, our Staff Planner, Riley Hakoda, our Chief Clerk, Natasha Quinones, our Deputy Attorney General, Linda Chow, are all on the island of Oahu. Commissioner Nancy Cabral is on Hawaii Island. Commissioner Leo Higashi is on Maui. Commissioner Dan Giovanni is on Kauai. As I stated before, court transcripts are being done from this Zoom recording. I note that Commissioner Gary Okuda is excused and has already recused himself from this meeting. Commissioner Cabral, do you also wish to say something at this time?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would very much love to hear this petition and be able to be involved, but in review of the state ethics laws and with the help of getting that information from our Linda Chow with the Attorney General's office, and in review of that, I realize that I am an agent and representative and involved and have financial benefit from my relationship with Connection Schools, as they are my tenant in their current location in the Crest building. And so in order to not have any kind of future claim or problem from any of the different parties involved with this, I have to recuse myself from this hearing. So I want to say aloha to everyone involved and wish I could be more involved with this, but I think that in light of the law, although I think I'm fair and impartial at all times, but in light of the wording of the law, I definitely cannot hear this case. Okay,
thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner, if you wish to stay for approval of the minutes and the hearing of the staff or the upcoming meeting schedule, you may.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So our next order of business is adoption of the minutes of the January 5th and 6th, 2022 meeting. Ms. Quinones, has any written testimony been submitted?
Good morning, Chair. No, I have not received any written testimony on the minutes.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public attending this meeting who wishes to testify solely on adoption of the minutes? There will be a separate opportunity to testify on the main docket that we're hearing today. So if I would like you to raise your hand only if you wish to testify on the adoption of the minutes from January 5th through 6th. If your hand is raised, I'm going to call on you and assume that you're testifying on adoption of the minutes. There's two people whose hands were already raised. But if that is incorrect, you should lower your hands at this time. So checking. If your hand is raised, it means you wish to testify on adoption of the minutes. I am going to be promoting to be a panelist, Anna Kennedy. When you're promoted to be a panelist, you can enable your audio and video. I will swear you in. Okay, Ms. Kennedy, lower your hand, please, if you're declining to be promoted to be a panelist. Is there anybody who wishes to testify on adoption of the minutes? Seeing none, is there any comments or questions, or is there a motion to approve? Commissioner Cabral?
Since it's my one act of the day, I will make a motion to approve the minutes of the LUC meetings on January 5th and 6th.
Sorry, one moment. Panelist Romeo Garcia, your hand is raised. You wish to say something at this time? Romeo Garcia, your hand is raised. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll suspect that somebody who's associated with Mr. Garcia will communicate with him. We're moving on. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Giovanni.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Ordenker, please do a roll call vote for approval of the January 5th through 6th, 2022 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is to approve the minutes. Commissioner Cabral,
Yes.
Commissioner Giovanni,
Aye.
Commissioner Axel,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Aye.
Commissioner Ohigashi,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Okuda is absent. Chair Schreiber.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Ordenker. Our next agenda item is the tentative meeting schedule. Will you please share it with us, Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow, we also have this matter scheduled for a Zoom meeting. The New Century Public Charter School on February 2nd. We will hopefully be adopting the order in the New Century Public Charter School matter. And on February 3rd, will tentatively hear the DR 21-75 Kalmana Ranch matter. On February 16th, we will be taking up the FEA acceptance for Lama Miki Basin. That is also scheduled for February 17th, as well as potentially the adoption of the order on the Kalmana Ranch matter. On March 9th, we have the DR 21-72. We're anticipating a motion in the Church Hillbell matter. On March 10th, we are currently open. March 23rd, we have scheduled the KS Solar Farm matter. And March 24th, we have the FEIS acceptance for Kanaha Hotel. On April 13th, we will be once again taking up the KS Waiawa Solar Farm matter. That is also tentatively scheduled for the 14th if necessary. On the 27th, we have tentatively scheduled the Kaha agricultural matter. The 28th is open at this point, and that takes us through our confirmed schedule.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ordenker. Commissioners, are there any questions for Dan about our schedule?
Just a
Commissioner
quick,
Giovanni.
yeah, thank you, Chair. April 27th, Kaha Ag, is that the IAL matter?
Yes, I believe it is.
Oh, yeah, yes, it is. That is correct. That's the DR 21-76, which is an IAL.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, we bid a fond adieu and productive workday to Commissioner Cabral. Thank you. And our next agenda item today is an action item for docket number SP 21413, Connections New Century Public Charter School, Community Based Education Support Services, Hawaii, to consider a special permit application for the Connections New Century Public Charter School, Community-Based Educational Support Services, SPP 12-000138. Will the parties please identify yourselves for the record, starting with the petitioner?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Kevin Richardson, Deputy Attorney General on behalf of Connections New Century Public Charter School. Also with me is Romeo Garcia, Principal for Connections.
Good morning. This is Romeo Garcia, Po'okumu, Principal at Connections Charter School. Unfortunately, my screen is frozen on my end. Can you see me moving?
No, we cannot.
So I'm going to go ahead and log out and then log back in again.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Land Use Commission. My name is Ted Hong. I represent the petitioner, CBES. With me this morning, representing CBES, is Mr. John Thatcher, who appears as on the Zoom screen as petitioner with a green painted wall in the background.
Okay, so can we change his name?
Yeah, it should be CBES.
But your name,
John Thatcher,
JOHN or JON?
JOHN THATCHER.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the petitioner? No. County.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Jean Campbell, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the Planning Department. And with me is Deputy Planning Director Jeffrey Darrow.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Good morning, Allison Cotto, Deputy Attorney General for the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Also here with me are Rodney Funakoshi and Lorraine Maki from OPSD. Thank you.
Sorry, excuse me. We also have somebody else from the Planning Commission from the county.
Yes, good morning, Commission. Malia Kikai, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the Windward Planning Commission.
Okay, and intervener.
My name is Michael Matsukawa for the intervener Jeffrey Gomes. Jeffrey Gomes is logging in from Hilo separately.
Okay, I see Mr. Gomes is here, and I'm going to promote him to be a panelist as well, though I'd ask him to keep his screen off until he's called on if that occurs. Have we gotten everybody? Okay. My next step is to update the record. On October 8th, 2021, the Commission received the County of Hawaii's email advising that SUP 12-138 had been passed by the Windward Planning Commission. On October 20th, the LUC informed the Windward Planning Commission that docket number SP 21413 would be assigned for future submittals. on October 30th, due to the very large volume of files to be transferred to the commission. The commission had email communications with the Windward Planning Commission on the best, most efficient and accurate intake of older historical files to update and establish the docket history. On November 3rd, the commission received the applicant's record on appeal and file 9. On November 16th, the commission received a letter from the Windward Planning Commission in reference to the project. On December 7th, the Land Use Commission sent a letter authorizing digital files. On December 10th, the applicant filed an index and additional document exhibits 109 through 115 via email. On December 28th, the commission received notice of appearance from intervener's representative, Michael Matsukawa. On January 4th, the commission received the applicant's notice of representation by Kevin M. Richardson, a deputy attorney general with the Department of Education, and the applicant CBESS's notice of appearance for Ted Hong. On January 7th, the LUC mailed and emailed the agendas for the January 19th and 20th, 2022 meetings for the parties' statewide and county mailing lists. On the 10th, the Hawaii County of Hawaii Planning Department filed its notice of representation by Gene Campbell. Also on that day, we received from the Windward Planning Commission the Third Circuit Court decision and order on the Third Circuit Court first amended final judgment. On January 11th, the County of Hawaii Planning Commission filed its notice of appearance by Malia K. Kai, Deputy Corporation Counsel. And yesterday, the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development filed its recommendation letter. Also on that date, we received a written statement on behalf of CBESS by Ted Hong. Now let me go over our procedures for today's docket. First, I will recognize any written testimony that has been submitted. Next, I will call for people who wish to provide oral testimony on this matter to do so using either the *9 key sequence or raising your hand. After each witness is brought into the hearing room, I will swear you in, give you 3 minutes to testify. After any testimony that you offer, you then need to remain on the line to have any questions asked of you by any of the parties in this docket or the commissioners. Following the conclusion of any public testimony, I will call for the applicant to make their presentation and to allow the commissioners to ask their questions. I don't know between Mr. Richardson and Mr. Hong whether you had an order that you wish to go in.
Mr. Chairman, if it please the commission, the agreed upon order between myself and Mr. Richardson, and Mr. Garcia will go first and then we'll follow up.
Okay. So we'll do Richardson and then Hong. And following that, we'll do the county. Between Planning Commission and Planning Department, what's the order? Ms. Campbell?
The Planning Commission can go first and the Planning Department will follow.
Acceptable, Ms. Kikai?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for the oral response. Okay, following that, OPSD. So that's the order that we'll do presentations for. After each presentation, there will be questions from the commissioners. When we get through all that, the commission will then be allowed to ask any final questions to any of the parties, and then we'll enter into formal deliberations. As I've stated before, we take breaks about 10 minutes every hour. So first anticipated break is at 9:50. The only other matter I want to go through, or only a couple of matters I want to go through before I check with the understanding of the parties. Commissioners, can I clarify your availability today and tomorrow? When do people need to leave by today? The chair needs to be completed by 4 o'clock today. Is there anybody who needs to leave before 4 o'clock? Tomorrow, Mr. Axon, if we continue to tomorrow, Mr. Axon, you have an appointment in the day?
That's correct.
What time is that?
1 o'clock.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
From 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock.
Okay, and Commissioner Wong, you're unavailable.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, we have 8 seated commissioners and 2 have recused. So we have 6 sitting. We need a bare minimum of 5, both as quorum and to take action. So should we go beyond today into tomorrow, we will have to take a mandatory break while Commissioner Axon is unavailable because, well, wait, no, we could continue, but then he'd have to go. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Tomorrow I have a court hearing from about 2 o'clock. So I might not be able to be here 2 to 3.
Okay. So we'll do the best we can, obviously. Just want the parties to be aware to the degree that we can get our work done today. It'll be logistically easier for all of us. Another reminder, I'd like to remind the public and the parties that special permit proceedings before the Land Use Commission under Section 205-6 Hawaii Revised Statutes are not evidentiary hearings. As such, the commission is limited to review the evidence already contained in the record in rendering its decision. Generally, there's no requirement for the parties to present witnesses or submit written evidence. Sorry, Commissioner Giovanni?
Yes, Chair. Will we be hearing directly from the intervener?
Yes. Sorry, I neglected that in the order. They would be last prior to.
Prior to deliberation?
Thank you, Mr. Giovanni. Normally, we don't have 2 parties per every party, so I got thrown off a little bit. Thank you for that clarification. So I'm going to go in order and check that all the parties here today understand our procedures that I've gone over, starting with Mr. Richardson.
Yes, understood. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hong,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Ms. Kekai,
Yes.
Ms. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Kato,
Yes.
and Mr. Matsukawa.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any further disclosures that the commissioners have to make at this time related to this docket? I'll note that for many years, Mr. Hong's sister and I have worked together and have been friends, but I don't actually believe I've ever met Mr. Hong. And if I have met you before, I apologize. I don't even recall. So just a social working relationship with Mr. Hong's sister. Any other disclosures? Seeing none. It's now time for public testimony. Ms. Quinones, what written testimony has been received in this docket?
Yes, good morning, Chair. I forwarded you the list. We have received, I can read it for you if you want.
Would you please?
Yes, I have. We received written testimonies from January 11th until yesterday. The first one was Linda Pexa, Ivan Mushida, Carolyn Kaishi, Lester Sakamoto, June Sakamoto, Wayne Kanemoto, Iwasaki Farms, Loretta and Ronald Crivello, Fai Sakata, Yolanda Kine, Steven Sakata, Bertram Carvalho, Anna Kennedy, Keala Leloy, Henry Leloy, Wanda Kyosho, and Ming Peng. That was a total of 17 testimonies received.
Thank you, Ms. Quinones. And those have been posted to our website.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to give oral testimony today? Now you may raise your hand and I will call you in order. Admit you to be panelists. One by one, swear you in. You'll have to opportunity to be questioned by any of the parties, and then we will move on. So Ming Peng, followed by Naylan Ong, then Henry Leloy and Anna Kennedy. And Mr. Gomes, you wish to testify as a public testifier? Do I understand that correctly by your raised hand? Mr. Matsukawa, could you clarify?
Yes, I think he signed in to testify.
Ms.
As a
Peng,
public member.
okay. Ming Peng, if you could enable your audio and video.
Certainly.
Okay. I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Okay. So if you'd state your name and address for the record and then proceed.
Yes. My name is Ming Peng, P-E-N-G. I live at 1547 Mele Manu Street in Hilo. And just for the record, I did not submit written testimony. I believe that was my wife, Naylin Ang, who actually submitted the written testimony.
Okay. You can proceed. I'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you. Again, my name is Ming Peng. I live near the proposed site of the school, of which I am against. I hope my testimony today will help your decision to deny this special use permit. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Kamana area, but if you were, you would understand that this quiet residential community is inappropriate and incompatible for a facility of this size. I feel a facility of this size with the construction and presence would adversely impact the environment and surrounding community because of the increased traffic, increased noise, increased utilization of resources, and increased waste. Also, the facility is located near the entrance of the subdivision of where I live, and there is only one way in or out of the subdivision for the over 80 houses that currently exist there. There is no alternative route, and I feel this poses a further danger. I guess in general, I have to admit that I'm a little bit cynical. I kind of get this feeling that throughout this process and with all the attorneys involved, that the community's concern is not being heard, and that there's this expectation of a rubber stamp of approval by the Land Use Commission. But I mean, I guess that's my own cynicism of how things have been going, and you know, these are just feelings, I guess. But I hope that you guys will please consider the concerns of the local community and the adverse impact of this facility and deny this permit. I'm happy to take questions now.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the witness, Mr. Richardson?
No questions.
Mr. Hong?
Thank you. I have some questions. Mr. Peng, what do you do for a living?
I'm a physician.
In Hilo?
Yes.
And isn't it true that your community has opposed any attempt to include another access into your subdivision?
That I'm not aware of. I mean, you know, I would actually, yeah, I'm not aware of that there's been opposition to an alternative access.
How long have you been living there?
2004.
Have you read any of the draft environmental reports or assessments in this case?
I've briefly looked at them.
And have you read any of the decisions rendered by the hearings officer or the planning commission, or the latest findings of fact by the planning commission?
I have briefly looked at them.
When was the last time you looked at the findings by the Windward Planning Commission?
About just a few weeks ago, but
right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Kekai.
No questions, Chair.
Ms. Campbell.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Kato.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Matsukawa.
No questions.
Commissioners. Questions. so I didn't say this. I sometimes say this when we get dockets in front of us, which bring in a number of people who've never had reason to attend land use commissions before. Just so you know, we're all volunteers, 9 of us. We get appointed by the governor, confirmed by the Senate, disclose our finances. Some of us are attorneys. I'm not. A number of us aren't. We do this too as a way to serve Hawaii. And I would say if you asked around in various communities in Hawaii, including the development community, rubber stamp is not a word that would be used to describe this particular commission. But that's just my personal opinion after serving almost 8 years. But just want to say that as a response to your testimony. Thank you very much for taking the time to testify
thank you. And,
today.
you know,
We
again,
appreciate it very
just-
much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move you back to be attendee. I'm going to admit who I understand from your earlier, actually, I'm going to go to Mr. Gomes and then followed by Nayland Ong. Mr. Gomes, would you please enable your video? Jeff Gomes, would you please enable your video? Mr. Matsukawa. Mr. Gomes, can you enable your video? Are you able to? Can you say something? Okay, we're going to pause on Mr. Gomes. I'll let you work that out. Perhaps you need to exit the meeting and come back in, but I'm going to move on to Nayland Ong, followed by Henry Leloy. When you're admitted, Nayland Ong, please enable your audio and video.
Right, there we go.
There
All
we
right.
go. Aloha. I'm going to swear you in and then ask you to say your name and address for the record and then testify. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
Yes, and my name is Nadia Jolin Ang. I go by Nayland. Last name is Ang, A-N-G. I live at 1547 Mele Manu Street here in Hilo. And I too am testifying in opposition to this project. My point of view is I'm concerned about the lack of water and that they're going to have a state-sponsored project on catchment when no one else in this area is on catchment. That's going to open the state to liability when people do get sick from the catchment water or even suspect that they've gotten sick from the catchment water. They proposed dorms on this project, which is going to involve lots of water use and 25 intergenerational clients, I guess, living on the complex, which would again involve lots of water use. And as well as a groundskeeper cottage, these people are going to need to bathe, cook, clean, wash their clothes. I've had other residences, you know, if you have a personal catchment system, it's your responsibility to maintain it. When it's the state maintaining it, because this is a public school, it's the state who's going to be responsible. Having said that, I'm also concerned about just the size of this project. If water availability and roads and traffic do not limit the size and scope of a project, I don't know what does other than the 30, potentially 70 acres that they have. I am concerned that this project will morph into something much bigger. A 25 client intergenerational housing complex may expand to 30, 35. The dorms for 30, start doubling them up in the room. We'll expand to a dorm for 60. These are concerns I have because that will make this very much more a commercial endeavor that has been dropped into an already well-established residential area. And there is still no, talk of alternate access. When we first met, we asked them, could you please make your access off Poinico Extension? And the answer was no, because it would be expensive. And I went, yes, but the goodwill of the community and possibly bringing in more water, is that worth the money, or could you find someone to help you develop that road? It's been very dismissive. They say, no, we don't need to. And from a resident's point of view, where I have to drive by there every day and thinking, oh my goodness, how am I going to get my child to school with all the traffic coming in and out? We already have backups going down Kalmana up to the Legacy. That's like a half mile. You bring in another 100, 150 cars into this area. That's going to back us up even further and make it not only inconvenient, but dangerous for people trying to get just in and out of their house. It's not just our community up here on Melemanu Street or Pacific Plantations that's affected by the traffic coming up and down Kalmana Street. It's all the houses.
Can I ask you to summarize, please?
Yeah, so in summary, this is way too big. I think Connections absolutely needs campus. I would love for them to be in Ponte Eva or Puna, but definitely not Kalmana. This is not an appropriate use of the land in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay on to see if there's any questions for you from any of the parties or the commissioners. Mr. Richardson.
No questions, Chair.
Mr. Hong.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Ms. Ong, how many of the community meetings did you attend where Connections made a presentation?
I attended the ones I knew about because I live outside of that radius of notification, and there were at least 2 to 3 when because we met at Kalmana Elementary, when they first announced the development of the school. Honestly, since then, it's been pretty much radio silence from Connections as far as outreach to the community that I know of. There's been no.
Have you ever looked at the findings from the Windward Planning Commission back in October? Did you read through those?
Yes, I read through them last night. That's where they reminded me of the dorms for the non-traditional housing and the 25 intergenerational clients. I had already remembered the groundskeepers. I didn't remember how big of a dorm they were planning.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a physician, but currently I am not working.
All right. And in terms of any experience regarding the water calculations, do you have any experience in that area?
No, I do not. I had to
Okay,
go.
thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hong. Ms. Kekai.
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Campbell.
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Kato.
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Matsukawa.
No questions.
Commissioners. Any questions for this witness? I'm seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. We very much appreciate it.
I have to leave, right?
I will move you off, don't worry, to be an attendee. I'm now going to admit, sorry, any luck with Mr. Gomes? Can you unmute? See if we can at least get audio, Mr. Gomes. If you're able to hear me and you are having a hard time, you might try, as worked for Mr. Garcia, to leave the meeting and come back in. I'm going to admit Henry Leloy. If Henry will enable your audio and video. Aloha.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do.
Okay. State your name and address for the record and then proceed.
I'm having some construction around the area, so I've
We
asked.
cannot hear it. You're coming in perfectly.
Okay. I was going to ask Mr. Riley Hakoda to, I had made a video because of the noise. Would he be able to play it in lieu of my 3-minute testimony?
So yes, so can you stay on for questioning? And I got a copy to the link, so let me see if I can pull that up. Okay, one moment. I'm going to try and share screen. And then, but I need you to stay on for question by any of the parties. Okay, Mr. Leloy?
Yes, I will, Mr. Chairman.
Let's see, share. And can somebody confirm that they're seeing the video of Mr. Leloy?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, and then somebody confirm when I start playing whether the audio is coming through?
No audio.
No audio, okay. So, Mr. Leloy, I'm going to stop screen sharing. It might exceed our technical abilities on the fly. So if you could give us your oral testimony, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Dr. Henry Leloy. I'm a retired physician. I live in Kalmana, Hilo, Hawaii. I'm not against the existence of Connections Public Charter School. I oppose the development of a public charter school for 435 students and a 30-person dormitory for multiple health and safety reasons, primarily inadequate water supply and the cave system vulnerable to surface pollution from contamination by chemicals and sediment associated with urban, agricultural, and livestock land use. In the 1940s, when the Red Hill fuel tanks were constructed, we did not have the foresight to predict the catastrophic existential threat to our lives. Today, we are equipped with foresight, experience, and evidence-based science. Every decision regarding our land and natural resources must be scrutinized and vetted for potential hazards. Island living requires this kind of attention and careful approaches to granting permits for anything and everything. It is too costly to fix after the fact. Human lives and destruction of natural resources cannot and should not be compromised ever. The EA was not thoroughly scrutinized and instead readily passed by then Office of Environmental Quality Control Director, Catherine Kealoha, who today sits in a federal prison. This commission has an obligation to deliver such scrutiny. This 70-acre parcel is the last remaining watershed directly above and protecting the town of Hilo. It is situated directly over the extensive Kalmana cave system formed by the 1881 lava flow from Mauna Loa, which Princess Ruth Ke'elikolani, an advocate for Hawaiian culture, helped to stop by standing in its path at the foot of the lava flow while chanting and making offerings to Pele. The lava flow soon ceased and she camped overnight just beyond the lava's reach. Ola ikawai, water is life. If the position for the cultural commissioner were filled, I'm sure you would be having a different conversation today. As commissioners, you have a moral obligation to keep our citizens safe from tainted or contaminated resources. Ola ikawai, water is life. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui for your testimony. Let me check with the parties if there's questions for you. Mr. Richardson?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Hong?
I have a few questions for Dr. Leloy.
Please proceed.
How far is your home away from where the site is in terms of where Connections wants to go?
I live, Mr. Hong, I live approximately half a mile away, as you know, because you attend the tennis school near our neighborhood.
Yeah, I did until one of the neighbors complained about the tennis lessons, and those have been shut down by the
I'm going to
county.
ask the parties to focus on the matter at hand.
My question is, in terms of the water calculations, have you looked at those?
Yes, I have, Mr. Hong.
What experience do you have in terms of water use and water calculations and county water, county water allocation you have in the course of your experience as a physician?
I reviewed the application form, which stated that there is only 4,200 gallons of potable water available for this entire project that will require between 10,000 and 26,000 at full build out.
All right, and did you also, in terms of the wastewater, of how the school intended to use, for lack of a better knowledge, wastewater from toilets, things like that, did you see how they intended to handle that issue?
I believe they were trying to reach an R2 level of wastewater for recycling use into their agricultural program.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Sorry, Mr. Hong.
Oh, sorry. That's on my phone, sorry.
Somebody's, I think it's, somebody silence their phone, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was my fault. My bad.
Thank you. Mr. Hong, sorry, did you conclude your questions?
I did, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kikai,
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Campbell,
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Kato,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Matsukawa,
No question.
Commissioner Chang.
Aloha, Mr. Leloy. I'm Don
Aloha.
Chang, and I sit on the commission. I read your written testimony that we received, and in it, it says, Kalmana cave system is important for its natural, historical, and cultural resources. Could you please expand on that? Could you, just expand, what is important about the Kalmana cave system with respect to these three components, natural, historical, and cultural resources?
Yes, Ms. Chang. As I stated in my oral testimony, the Kamana cave system was formed during the 1881 lava flow from Mauna Loa. As it made its way, as the lava flow made its way downhill towards the city of Hilo, Princess Ruth stood in its path and did oli and offerings to Pele, and it seemed to have worked as the lava flow stopped and did not flow down further into Hilo. The Kamana cave system is part of the County of Hawaii park system, which allows visitors and residents to access this large lava tube, very extensive, which runs probably further down from the parcel, further down into Hilo. This is the last remaining watershed that protects the area of Hilo. If developed, it would cause more problems with flooding, runoff from agricultural, urban, and pollutants into the nearby Waipahoehoe stream, which runs directly along the border of the property and further empties downstream into Alaina'o stream, thus into Wailoa River with a Nene goose breed and out directly into Hilo Bay. So I believe there is a significant cultural significance to the location of this proposed project.
Okay. Mr. Leloy, can I ask you, are you aware of any, within this cave system, any cultural resources that have been discovered? Any, for example, iwi kupuna or other kinds of resources that have been discovered in this lava tube?
I heard but have not seen any written evidence that there may be some EV that were, but I did not read any written proof of this.
All right. Are you aware of any other kinds of cultural activities associated with either Kamana cave system or the surrounding areas?
Well, we have native mammalian hoary bats, and we also have the native hawk, which resides in the forest in this area. The hawk is the amakua to many families, including my family. And my video that I was to play was of the hawk sitting right outside my door yesterday, screeching and probably wanting to remind the Land Use Commission that it is responsible for preserving and protecting Hawaii's lands as it was meant to be.
Can I ask you, Mr. Leloy, in light of the fact that this may be your Amakua or some of the other examples you've just described, what impact would this project have on these cultural resources that you have a connection to?
I believe that development of the property.
Sorry, 1 second. Mr. Gomes, sorry, can you not like put things up in front of your screen? It's disruptive to the hearing. Excuse me. Please continue, Ms. Chang. Commissioner Chang.
Yes, go ahead. No. So what impact would this project have to these resources that you just identified?
Unfortunately, we won't know until it's too late.
Well, unfortunately, we won't know until it's too late, but this property has already begun cleaning and clearing the area and illegally had removed ohia trees from the property without any permission from the state.
Are you aware of anyone using these ohia trees historically? Are you aware of anybody gathering resources from these sites, from this property?
Other than where the eel probably resides and nests and where the Hawaiian bats used to live, I am not aware of any other significance.
All right. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, any further questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Dr. Leloy, I will remove you to be an attendee.
Thank you.
Mr. Gomes, can you enable your audio? You're muted. Bottom left-hand corner of your screen, perhaps. A little microphone-like button that says mute.
Unmute. No,
There we go. Yes. Okay. So
welcome everybody.
Before we proceed further, the other account that's logged in as Jeff Gomes, I'm going to dismiss that.
Okay.
Or can you log out of that? Do you know who that is? Is that you?
Oh,
in a
that's
different
me.
Device?
Because
is that you in a different
looking at-
device?
I'm watching on the computer.
Okay. I'm going
Is that
to
okay?
move to be attendee. Okay. Mr. Gomes, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay. State your name and address for the record and proceed.
My name is Jeff Gomes. I live at 281 Edita Street in Hilo.
Okay, please proceed.
So I'm concerned that there's so much evidence. You didn't all get the opportunity to look at all the evidence. And I'd like to start with the letter from Mary Evans recommending approval If you go to page 6 in the FEA section, mitigating measures, 100-foot buffer to the surrounding area. So I don't know if you watch this video or not. It's on, if you look up on YouTube, dry well on Edita Street. This is part of the evidence. Dry well on Edita Street, Christia. It shows that Kalmana Cave, I proved because I lived there, right? I showed, the video shows that the Kalmana Cave flows directly underneath the property, completely on both sides. The irony of the letter from Mary Evans is she mentions Dr. Fred Stone, who was opposed to the project. Dr. Fred Stone is the reason the school has agreed not to build on the upper portion because it is thoroughly documented. And there's a lot of evidence. And I can't imagine you've had time to look at everything. But Dr. Stone has verified that there's an ecosystem. The cave needs to be preserved. It needs to be protected. When the school illegally bulldozed to put up the illegal fence without permits, prior to the levee, if you watch the video that I posted, I'm standing in the levee area at the top of the dry well. Before that levee was put in, the county had a barrier, a concrete barrier, blocking the water that floods out of Kalmana Cave from hitting the residents. And as everybody probably knows, the concrete barrier does not stop water. And so the county dismantled the concrete barrier and built the levee. But when they dismantled the barrier, they illegally dumped it on the state property where Connections is located now. And the residents who grew up in the area, all the kids remember climbing and playing on the concrete that the county illegally dumped on state property. So this concrete that was left on the property, when the school illegally bulldozed to put their fence up, they crushed the concrete and smashed it
Mr.
into the cave.
Gomes, it's been 3 minutes. Could I ask you to summarize your testimony, please?
Okay. Look at the website. This is wrong. Watch the video. Ask me a ton of questions.
Let me see if there's any questions for you, Mr. Gomes, starting with Mr. Richardson.
Questions? Thank you.
Mr. Hong,
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Kekai,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Campbell,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Kato,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Matsukawa,
No questions.
commissioners.
May I make one final statement before I
No,
leave?
hold on. Checking if any of the commissioners have questions for you. I have a question for you, Mr. Gomes. The video that you're referencing, is that part of the record that was in front of the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes. And so that's why when that video was introduced, the Windward Planning Commission came up to the dry well, looked at it, and told the petitioner that they need to investigate and prove that I am wrong. So Dr. Fred Stone climbed down into that dry well where he fell and broke his back and never did the investigation, and he recently died from those injuries. So this has not been investigated. And it still proves that the cave runs completely under the lower section as well as the upper section. And it's very unsafe. The fact that they
Okay, so
bulldozed the
hold on,
concrete into
Mr.
the
Gomes, I'm
cave.
gonna. you've answered the question that I posed for you, which was whether or not it was part of the record on appeal and to the LUC. Just very like one sentence for those commissioners who may not be familiar with what a dry well is. Can you explain what a dry well is?
So,
Or let me put it this way.
It's
A dry
hole in
well
the
is a hole
ground.
in the ground,
Right.
correct? Okay.
It's a hole in the
Thank you.
ground to catch excess water.
Yeah.
And eventually it overflows.
Yeah.
But this particular dry
That
well.
was sufficient. Thank you very much. Commissioners, anything further? If not, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Gomes.
Thank you.
Are there any other members? So if you put yourself on mute and again, Mr. Gomes, could you mute yourself, please? Are there any other members of the public who wish to provide testimony at this time? If so, raise your hand. Okay, Ms. Kennedy or Anna Kennedy, anybody else? I see that we have now been going a full hour. I'm going to admit Anna Kennedy to testify, and subsequent to that, we'll end public testimony on this matter and we'll get into the substance of presentations by the parties. So going once, twice, if you want to testify orally, raise your hand. If not, I'm going to close public testimony. Seeing none, just Anna Kennedy. I'm promoting you to be a panelist. If you enable your audio and video. Okay, your audio is on and your video is there. Great. I think you've seen how we do this. So can you say something so I can hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great, we can. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do.
Okay, state your name and address for the record and proceed.
Okay, my name is Anna Kennedy and I live on 1300 Mele Manu. This my home is in direct sight of the Connections proposed property or project. I live here with my extended family and I've lived here now for 3 years. I've lived on the island for 10. We are not opposed to the concept of the Connections card school and think that the state and the island would benefit from an agricultural school at this level of education. However, we do not think this property is in the best interest of the school, its clientele, or the immediate surrounding community. As has been stated, it's on Kamana Drive, which is very narrow and is already hazardous. And the traffic counts for the school were taken at least 13 years ago. There has been development since then. There is also a proposed development on a piece of property that is immediately adjacent to the school, which is now Kalmana Inn, and it has been approved to be subdivided into 6 lots for 6 houses. The property has not yet sold, but that is a possibility. It has been stated that it's on top of the lava flow, and I would like to point out that the nature of this kind of lava is not suitable for farming because there's no soil. It does not develop soil rapidly. And how in the heck can you farm with there's no soil? Half of the property has already been determined unusable because of the cave. However, there is the possibility of other tubes and caves under the property. And if detected as development proceeds, they will have to cease and stop and figure out something. And so why would anyone gamble the future and the safety of their schools and the students with such a big unknown? The location of this school, in my opinion, should be developed in an agricultural area that is already established so the school could benefit from examples of surrounding agricultural activity where it's safer and has a longer future and does not impact a dense residential area that already has a constricted traffic flow. It is my understanding that special permits can be granted. However, they should not impact state or county or any government agency with excessive expense, which means that if the Adidas Street were to connect to the Pomanico extension, the state's going to have to pay for that. And
If I could ask you to summarize your testimony, please.
okay, that would be a big expense for the state. Plus, it too would impact not only the community, but the school property also. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if there's questions for you. Mr. Richardson, questions for the witness?
No questions.
Mr. Hong,
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No question.
Ms. Kekai,
No questions, Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Kato,
No questions.
Mr. Matsukawa,
No questions.
commissioners. Ms. Kennedy, sorry, hold on. Mr. Garcia, you've raised your hand again. Was that intentional? Are you trying to?
Yes, I raised my hand because we have a couple of students that have used the public link to offer testimony today. And I
Hold on, can I conclude with this witness then?
Sure,
I'll
sorry.
come to you in a moment. Questions for this witness from the commissioners? Ms. Kennedy, did you participate in any of the proceedings in front of the Windward Planning Commission on this matter?
Did I what?
Participate in any of the proceedings before the Windward Planning Commission on this matter?
I attended their Zoom meeting in September of this year. I have thoroughly studied the Windward Planning Commission materials that I have found.
Did you testify at that meeting? Was testimony allowed?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Any further questions? If not, I'm going to move you to be an attendee. Okay. Mr. Garcia, I think you're trying to indicate that some students have been trying to testify. If you unmute yourself.
Yes, we have had a couple of students that were logged on to the public link. I'm not sure if they are able to raise their hand. I'm checking with a staff person. Are they still able to raise their hand if they're present still?
Yes. But the only person whose hand is raised, well,
It's from Connections. It will say Connections Charter School.
no, the only hand that's, okay. I see there's somebody as an attendee using your name.
Yes.
So perhaps they registered under your name.
Yes, because they're located here in the school building.
Okay. And then Crystal Costa.
Yes.
So were they not clear with the directions to raise hands?
Yeah, they may not have been clear. I'm not in the room with them.
Who are the two individuals?
Krista Costa and Sadira Sprout Kirkham.
Okay, so I'm going to close testimony after them, but it is 10:08. We need to take a break. It is 10:08. We will take a 10-minute break till 10:18 exactly, at which time we'll hear from two last public testifiers and then proceed.
Very much.
Okay, it's 10:18. We're back on the record. I've admitted Sadira Kirkham as a witness. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Would you state your name and address for the record and then proceed?
Sadira Kirkham, 16913 Waiokele Road, Mountain View, Hawaii.
Okay. So you have 3 minutes. You can share your testimony with us.
Thank you. I believe that Connections should indeed continue with their projects on the Kamana property, including building a second campus. This will greatly improve our community and our lives on an ecological and social scale. If I, as a student, were to have a campus where I could explore and express myself in the outdoors, my education and time as a student would have greatly improved, especially during a pandemic. Our agricultural endeavors will bring positive changes to the environment and inspire changes inwardly and outwardly. People will look in to see how they can improve, as well as having uplifted self-esteem so that we may reflect without beating ourselves up. We will help ourselves so that we may help others. We will look out to see how we can benefit the planet and the other creatures on it, including us. Connections kids are creative, innovative, unique, and compassionate. We are the future, and we will shine the light that creates the path to change. Connections believes in project-based learning and creating a caring and growing environment. It is a place to not only learn school subjects, but learn valuable life skills as well. It is a place where you may step out of your comfort zone and into your best self as you create fond memories. Hands-on kinesthetic learning and sovereign communities create curiosity and connection. In the future, I'd like to continue creating positive changes for the community, and I believe Connections is greatly helping me on that path. For my senior project, I'd like to grow food on Kamana property and cook and bake healthy items at an affordable price range for anyone in need. Connections prepares you for the next step and will support you along the way. Mahalo for your consideration.
Mahalo for your testimony. Let me see if there's questions for you. Mr. Richardson,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Hong,
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Kekai,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Campbell,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Kato.
No questions, thank you.
I'll note Mr. Matsukawa apparently is still absent. Commissioners, questions for the witness? I will say that you're more articulate than a lot of more experienced testifiers who have appeared in front of us. So your testimony is really valued.
I appreciate that.
Any further questions? If not, thank you very much for taking the time to testify and for your testimony. I'm going to move you back to be an attendee.
Thank you.
And final witness, Krista Costa. If you would enable your audio, aloha, great, I can see you.
Hello.
So do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. If you'd state your name and address for the record and then proceed.
Sure. My name is Krista Costa. I live 333 Ojai Street, apartment 412.
Please proceed.
I believe connections should be approved because this would be really good for the students. See, there's so many students and kids nowadays who stay in their phones and devices, and they don't really go out, and they just don't really do much with the nature and the earth. So I think this could really help them to reconnect and to learn more about the earth that they live on. I also think it'd be really good for our students because we can make so many new memories there. We can on what we do. There, we can make friends there. We can, yeah. And for students like me who are really poor, and I live in an apartment, so I really can't interact with nature all that much, although I'm also very lazy, so I can't say anything about that. But I will say that I do believe that there are lots of students like me who stay disconnected. But so I think this would really help them, and not to mention that this would also help those who are poor to, you know, have more experiences where they wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I think that's it.
Great. Let me see if there's questions for you. Mr. Richardson,
No questions.
Mr. Hong,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Kekai,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Campbell,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Kato,
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Matsukawa,
No questions.
commissioners. What year are you at the charter school?
I am a senior, so I will be leaving soon.
And so your testimony really is not to benefit you, but for future students?
Yeah, it's, I don't know, I just wanted to help give them what we could not, or what I did not have.
Are you willing to share any of your future plans with the commission?
Oh, yes, sorry. I plan to go to college, become a psychologist or an author, you know. Maybe go overseas.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. I'll move you back to being an attendee. Okay, we're closing testimony on this, and now we'll proceed with presentations by each of the parties, followed by questions from the commissioners, starting in this agreed to order, which we now should have clear, starting with Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give you a roadmap.
Yes, please.
I'll plan to give a brief background of some of the history and of the proceedings with this case. And then I'll have Mr. Garcia follow up with a brief presentation about the project itself. And then after that, Mr. Hong and Mr. Thatcher will give their presentations or discussions. And as far as question and answers go, both myself and Mr. Garcia are relatively new to this case, whereas Mr. Hong and Mr. Thatcher have been there since the outset. Therefore, perhaps question and answers could be collectively for the all of petitioners.
I will I don't mind taking questions at the end of the presentations from Mr. Hong. I'll just remind all the parties again, now that we're done with the public witness portion. We are confined under our rules to the information on the docket as the evidence has been presented to us by the Windward Planning Commission. So to the degree that you're able to directly reference items in the record, it will be of great assistance to this commission. And for the commissioners, we will often ask our questions in terms of pointing to the record, whereas such and such doesn't exist or not. Commissioner Wong, I see your hand waving. Sorry, it's harder with the smaller video. Sorry if I've missed you for a little while.
I just wanted to inform the chair and commissioners and all the parties that tomorrow, during the break, I checked with my office. I can listen to the testimony and all the proceedings until maybe 1 or 2, then I can join you, via Zoom, but I can only listen tomorrow and not ask any questions, if that's okay with you, Chair.
That's great. Thank you. Let's see how far we get today. Hopefully very far. Thank you very much, Commissioner Wong. Anything further? If not, let's start with the presentations. And sorry, do you have a time estimate, Mr. Richardson?
My overview will be very brief, certainly less than 5 minutes.
Okay, and you, Mr. Thatcher?
This is Romeo Garcia. I'll be following.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Richardson, and I should be about 15 minutes or less.
Great, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, so this is my portion is just a brief background of the proceedings. It started in, over 10 years ago in March 2008, Connections obtained conditional approval for a direct lease from the Board of Land and Natural Resources for the subject property. I'll refer to it as the Kalmana property. And so in order to receive BLNR approval, an environmental assessment was conducted, and that was initiated in 2009. And the final EA, which included a finding of no significant impact, was published in November 2010. Shortly thereafter, in January 2011, the BLNR approved a 65-year lease. And in May 2012, public notice of the lease was issued. And my understanding is that the commencement date of that lease was February 1st, 2013. Shortly after the public notice of the lease, Connections and CBES, sorry, for clarification purposes, Connections is the the public charter school, whereas CBES is the 501c3 nonprofit that supports the charter school. Both, I'll call them co-applicants, submitted their special permit application to the County of Hawaii Planning Department. After a series of public hearings and a 5-day contested case hearing spanning from November 2012 all the way to May 2014, the Windward Planning Commission issued its decision and order, and adopting the hearing officer's findings, recommending that the special permit be denied. That matter was appealed to circuit court, where it was affirmed, the decision in order. And that decision was then appealed to the Intermediate Court of Appeals. The ICA rendered its decision in January 2020, vacating the 2014 decision in order and remanding the case back to the Planning Commission for further proceedings consistent with the court's decision. Looking at the ICA's decision, they vacated specific findings of fact, including numbers 21, 48, 50, the last sentence of 52, 55, 59, 62, and 63. And additionally, the ICA vacated the conclusions of law number 4, 5, and 51, meaning those findings and conclusions were either unsupported, contrary to law, or contradicted by evidence, and therefore nullified. As far as the specific findings by the court, they mostly reversed on issues pertaining to erroneous findings that there was available municipal and potable water was insufficient. Also, the ICA acknowledged that there was evidence that traffic concerns were not sufficient and could be reasonably mitigated. Additionally, the court found it erroneous that the 2014 decision in order finding that the location of the proposed school would not benefit the immediate community. Court also noted that unusual conditions and needs have arisen since the land use district was established as an agricultural use district in the 1970s, because the area is now essentially residential in character, pointing to the LUPAG map designation for low density urban use. The court also addressed erroneous findings pertaining to the consideration of suitability of land for agricultural uses, finding that the land was not suited for any agricultural use was erroneous, including and that the agricultural component of the school was not a reason to nullify the permit, or to deny the permit, excuse me. The ICA found that it would be an absurd result to read the unsuited for agricultural use consideration so strictly and narrowly, particularly under the circumstances such as those presented here, to deny a special permit to an applicant's attempt to incorporate an agricultural component into its proposed use. Finally, with respect to the general plan and other plan, which is a separate consideration for the Planning Commission, the court stated that the finding that the location and purpose of the proposed school was not consistent with the uses permitted in areas of low density urban use, that was an erroneous finding. In addition, that the proposed school is contrary to the county's general plan was also an erroneous finding. And so this was remanded back to the Windward Planning Commission. On July 6th, there was the Planning Commission requested that the parties each provide a brief regarding whether the commission should decide the special permit application on the record as presented or open the record to consider new evidence. And after brief.
You can totally continue if you want to, just show you the commissioners do read the record.
Okay.
And,
I understand.
much of this is contained in the ICA decision, which is also part of the record before us. So
okay, and that's fine. I just wanted to go over that if somebody hadn't, or if any commissioners hadn't reviewed that. But I'll conclude that the decision and order was adopted on November 14th, and now it's here before the LUC. And so I'll let Mr. Garcia go next.
okay, Mr. Garcia, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please
I
proceed.
would like to share a screen if I could.
Let me ask, is the matter which you're sharing screen part of like, are you showing things that are already part of the record?
Yes. I'm giving information about the school itself, our educational philosophy, and providing information about the use of the land moving forward.
And is this a presentation that's already been presented on the record, for instance, in front of the Windward Planning Commission?
Part of the presentation, statistics at the end of the presentation were presented then. The narrative that I have was not presented then, and it gives more information about the activities and the focus of the school.
So just to be really clear again, right? So we are limited in our decision-making to making a decision based on the record that has come before us from the Windward Planning Commission. So I would ask you in your presentation, I will allow the presentation, but I will ask you to limit all your remarks to things that have already been before the Windward Planning Commission.
Okay, yes, they have.
You should be able to share a screen.
Okay. All right, I'm looking to operate Zoom.
My version of the software, it appears at the very bottom of your screen.
Okay, it says security. I did click on the share screen and it took me to security and privacy. I'll try it again, share screen. It says desktop 1, desktop 2, whiteboard.
Yeah, so now at that point, you
Yes.
click on whatever it is that you're wishing to share.
Okay, desktop 1, share. Allow Zoom to share your screen. Okay. Now it's asking for other information. All right.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Okay.
Oh, you're muted, Commissioner.
Sorry. Mr. Richardson, could you point us to where in the record that this presentation was made? So maybe we can access it because we do have the record here. So
Yes.
while he's making his presentation, we can do it. So if you can access what part of the record it is in, and that makes sense because
I believe it was in the minutes of the October Windward Planning Commission meeting. Or
It would be of particular use given the vast volume of records here, that if you could point to us where on the LUC's website where the record is posted, it appears.
Okay.
And so
Mr.
just
Garcia,
go ahead, Mr. Richardson.
I was going to say, Mr. Garcia, I don't know if your actual presentation itself was used during that meeting. So perhaps you could use the similar testimony that you provided.
Okay.
From the October meeting.
So I'm not gonna, I guess for technical reasons, I'm not gonna be able to share my screen. I can't understand what it wouldn't let me share it with Zoom for some reason. But I can go ahead and provide the narrative that I prepared.
So long as that is the same as information that's been provided earlier, I will allow it.
Yes, there's no new information.
Please proceed. And just to all the parties, especially given the number of parties here, I really would like to run these proceedings as efficiently as possible while still giving all parties full opportunity to present. So try to be prepared. Mr. Garcia, please continue.
Right. Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies for the technical difficulty. Connections, as you know, public charter school opened in August 2000 on the campus of Mountain View Elementary School with 184 students in grades K through 6. By August 2001, the school has expanded to a K-12 program at the Crest Building in Gila with a total of 360 students. Connections maintains an enrollment waiting list today, evidence in the school's success, and the need and desire for alternative educational opportunities. In 2006, the legislature passed a law allowing charter schools to lease unused state lands for the location of school facilities. The following year, Connections asked DLNR for a list of properties that could be used for the construction of a campus. At that time, the Hawaii State Code, Hawaii County General Plan, and a memo outlined a compilation of county and state rules and regulations that charter schools in Hawaii County were required to follow. Hawaii General Plan stated charter schools were defined as public schools responsible for selecting their own sites. A county memo defined the applicability of state laws as charter schools were exempt from state laws except those relating to health, safety, and a few other exemptions, building, fire, and sanitation codes. The major effect of this exemption was that charter schools located in state land use agricultural districts did not have to obtain a special permit. The school asked the director of DLNR for a list of properties in the Hilo area that would be suitable for construction of a K-12 charter with agriculture and forestry projects integrated with the academic program. On March 28, 2008, the BLNR provided in principle a direct lease to the school of a 72.43 acre undeveloped agricultural zone sited in Kalmana, Upper Hilo. Consultants were hired by the school and an environmental assessment was prepared. The draft EA was published in August of 2009. Supporting materials included a biological survey, an archaeological assessment, and a traffic impact assessment report. Concerns about the project's potential impacts on Kamana caves and possible historic resources were raised during that 30-day public review. In response to these concerns, the school paid for an archaeological field inspection of the accessible portion of the part of the cave that underlies the upper parcel of the property. The inspection only found names carved in the sides of the cave walls. No historic elements were found. The director of the school met several times with concerned citizens and the school agreed to revise the conceptual plan for the campus by locating all buildings and associated infrastructure on the lower parcel of the property and by maintaining a 100-foot buffer on both sides of the cave alignment to alleviate concerns about impacting the cave's ecosystem. The draft EA was amended and published in August 2010. Comments received were again responded to, and DLNR determined that the project would not have significant environmental effects and issued a finding of no significant impact in November 2010. The school decided to locate all facilities on the eastern parcel. No facilities will be built on the upper section of the property. This land will be used to support a developing forestry conservation program focusing on forest resources management, conservation, and ecosystem restoration. Native species that once grew in the area will be introduced. More than half of the upper section of the property is suitable for reforestation projects. An elevated walkway will be built to provide access and viewing options with the least amount of impact on the forest. It will be a lightweight structure with shallow footings or a pier foundation. Access to the walkway will be controlled and limited by the school. When the lease for the Kamana property was finally signed in 2012, Connections operated from two separate campuses. The elementary and middle school were located in the Crest building on Kamehameha Avenue in downtown Hilo, where we are now, while the high school was located in leased facilities in Animal Gardens, just outside of Hilo. In 2015, the school consolidated all of the academic programs at the Crest building. While the 40,000 square foot Crest building provides just enough classroom space for the current student enrollment, the building's proximity to Hilo Bay has created a major challenge. The sea level around the bay has risen 10 inches since 1950. It is currently rising at a rate of 1 inch every 4 years. Increased flooding from storms and big waves is affecting transportation infrastructure in this older section of Hilo. A 16% increase in the downtown homeless population is also exacerbating the problem where we're currently located. The school has begun development of the first phase of the Kalmana property. Connections opened as the state's first charter school in 2000. The initial vision was to enable students to become stewards of Hawaii's unique environment. This year, the school has been participating in a USDA Farm to School grant-funded project with our associated nonprofit, CBES, to embrace sustainable agricultural practices through integrations with other school curricula. The major need identified is for more locally produced agricultural products to be used by the school's cafeteria. The student-centered goal is to create exposure to and opportunities for agricultural-related 21st century concepts and skill development through project-based learning. In this morning's news broadcast, the floor majority leader in Hawaii spoke to the importance of our school's great our state's great food sustainability within the state, citing 90% of our food comes from out of state. The school's Makery program is also being supported by the Kalmana property, enabling students to use technology to explore, create, and develop essential 21st century skills that enhance and enrich learning opportunities. Computer-aided design and computer code fabrication systems enable students to transform their ideas into actual projects. A collaborative, cultural, and project-based learning approach will integrate digital media, technology, and essential 21st century skills. The integration of emergent career and technical education will prepare students to become skilled, adaptable, creative, and equipped for success in a rapidly changing workforce. On the slide, you would have seen that this is information I did share the previous hearing, is that the breakdown of the Hawaii County districts and the cities that connection students are from based on their mailing addresses. The information shows that our students come from Hilo, Puna, and one other area. 250, our current enrollment is 359. 250, which is about 70% of our students, reside in Hilo. 30% of our students reside in Puna, and there's one other, that one student comes from Pahala. The cities that our students live in are Hakalau, Hawaiian National Park, Hilo, Honolulu, Ke'au, Curtistown, Mountain View, Pahala, Pahoa, Papaiko, Pepekeo, and Volcano. Of our student enrollment, 188 students are male, 171 are female. We have 68 students who are special education and 504 students who have student support plans. That comprises about 19% of our student population, which is high for a public school. And having access to land for some of these students would be the best learning modality for them. We also have 28 students who are English language learners. We have a diverse student population of American Indian, Black, Chinese, Filipino, Native Hawaiian, Japanese, Portuguese, Samoan, White, Micronesian, Tongan, other Asian, other Pacific Islander as well. 138% of our students are Native Hawaiian, 98% of our students are white, 16% of our students are Black, and 90% of the students are Micronesian, and the numbers get smaller from there, going down the list. We have child nutrition programs. Since Connection serves predominantly low-income families, 87.9%, we offer free nutritious meals to all children throughout the U.S. Department of Education through our child nutrition program. During the school closures caused by the pandemic in the school year 2021, Connections offered meals to students in the Hilo community. We have multiple grants which we use to help support our agricultural program. multiple partnerships with organizations like the Akaka Foundation for Tropical Forests, Hawaii After School Alliance, the Hawaii Agricultural Foundation, the Kamehameha Schools Environmental Education Programs, the Kohala Foundation, the University of Hawaii System, University of Hawaii, Hilo, and Hawaii Community College. Connections alumni work at Connections. They attend college, and they're in the local workforce. Because Connections continues to be a resource, and because they have an allegiance to the school, based on the appreciation they have for their experience as a student, we have regular visits from our alumni. They come for further support and to update us on their lives. I wish I was able to show the slides that I had. Unfortunately, technical difficulties. One thing I wanted to highlight that would have been in a video that was going to be shown was an aerial view of both parcels. The upper portion, which I said again will not be built, no structures will be built on, and the lower portion is where we are proposing to build the future campus. We're quite aware of the environmental impact that a school would have. I would love to have been able to show you architectural renderings of how schools have already been incorporated through our national network, schools that have been incorporated in agricultural areas so as not to disturb, but to blend into those agricultural areas. So I'll stop at that point, and well, I guess we'll go on, go back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you. To briefly address Commissioner Ohigashi's question about where in the record this was, this is Exhibit 110, and I believe Mr. Garcia's testimony starts at page 6.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Chang, you have questions right now for the parties? I think the request of the parties was to allow Mr. Hong and Mr. Thatcher to present and then have questions consolidated.
Okay, actually, this is a legal question for Mr. Richardson. It's not so much factual. So if you don't mind, because these are questions I'm probably going to ask all of the parties. So Mr. Richardson, I wanted to confirm that you and I have both the same legal understanding on the applicable rules. So would you agree that the rules related to the special use permit, both under HRS 205 and specifically 15-15-95B, related to unusual and reasonable use, would you agree that it requires that all 5 of those conditions be met?
I believe the ICA decision provides some clarity on that, that all considerations are taken.
Yes, I'm reading page 15 of the order. Guidelines have been adopted pursuant to HRS Chapter 205 that requires the Planning Commission to consider the following criteria in determining whether proposed use within an agricultural district is an unusual and reasonable use. So you would agree that all 5 of those, 1 to 5, need to be considered?
My understanding is that it's a balancing test, considering all factors and weighing and balancing them individually.
Okay. And then this is the next question that I have, because I'm trying to make sure that we are all understanding the Intermediate Court of Appeals, the memorandum opinion, the same way. So I'm looking at page 23 of their order. This is in relationship to the criteria related to surrounding areas, effect relating to surrounding areas, specifically the traffic. So on page 23, the ICA opinion says, on the record in this case, we cannot conclude that the Planning Commission clearly erred in adopting finding of facts 18, 46, and 47, and concluding that even with the proposed traffic mitigation, traffic stemming from the development would have an adverse effect on the surrounding properties. So in other words, as I'm reading the ICA decision, and I just want to make sure you would agree, that the ICA is saying that the Planning Commission made no error in those findings related to the traffic, which specifically concluded that there would be an adverse effect on the surrounding areas due to traffic. Do you agree with my interpretation of the ICA's decision?
Correct. Those findings weren't overturned,
Okay.
even though the entire decision was vacated. There is also evidence that the ICA pointed to evidence that those effects could also be mitigated, that there was evidence in the record from the testimony of Raul and the TIAR report that the traffic impacts could be mitigated.
But it said notwithstanding that they could be mitigated, traffic stemming from the development would have an adverse effect on the surrounding properties. So
That's
I'm just,
correct.
and the last legal question I've got to ask you is, would you agree that the Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission are obligated to comply with Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaii State Constitution related to the protection and preservation of traditional and customary practices exercised by Hawaiians to the extent feasible? Would you agree that that is an obligation of the Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission?
Where there is evidence that there are customary cultural practices being exercised or that were exercised in the past, yes, that would be a consideration for all state agencies.
Okay, so can you show me where in the record?
Sorry, Commissioner Chang. One moment. Commissioner Ohigashi, were you wanting to ask subsequent questions, or do you have a procedural matter?
No, I just wanted to ask something about the location of something in the record. It can wait
Okay.
until after.
Okay, sorry to interject, just trying to understand. Please continue, Commissioner Chang.
So my question, Mr. Richardson, is where in the record, specifically the commission's findings, does it relate to Article 12, Section 7, specifically in relationship to compliance with the Kapa'akai's analytical framework?
So when you talk about the Kapa'akai legal framework, are you referring generally to the public trust doctrine or?
No,
legal finding, Kapa'akai versus Land Use Commission, the Hawaii Supreme Court case.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, yeah. This is specifically the Hawaii Supreme Court's guidance to state and county agencies on how do you comply with Article 12, Section 7 and protect and preserve traditional customary practices.
There's no mention of Kapa'akai in the decision. However, I believe the record, if you were to look at the final environmental assessment, there is discussion of cultural resources or the lack thereof.
Where in the specific findings in the order does it relate to Kapa'akai and traditional customary practices?
Kapa'akai is not explicitly
Okay. All right.
referenced.
Very good. That's all that I wanted to. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yeah, I was trying to find a diagram of what the proposed development would look like. And the only one I could find was in the Record of Appeal Part 2, page 141. And I printed it out and it was pretty black and white and pretty grainy. So I was asking Mr. Richardson if anywhere in the record that you can show us where it would have some kind of figure to show us what it looked like. I can put it up to my camera to show you what I have here, but that's about it. Anyway, it's in there, and I was just asking if at some time during maybe Mr. Hong's presentation or anything like that, if someone can direct me to picture, or if this is the only one I can work on. Okay, that's all.
I think that there's several diagrams that are included as appendices to the permit application, and I think that's might be the one of the ones that you're referring to. I believe that's probably, as far as building renditions and whatnot, is probably the most accurate one, but I defer to either Mr. Thatcher or Mr. Hong.
Okay. I just was curious, so if they can point out to me something that I can read better, because when you scan these things, it becomes all grainy, and I just wanted to read. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Higashi. Let's bring that up again after the presentation from Mr. Hong. Commissioners, anything further for Mr. Richardson or Mr. Garcia? Seeing none, it's 11:01. I want to take a break to 11:11, then go for about 50 minutes, take a lunch break that would last 30 to 45 minutes, and proceed after that. So Mr. Hong, we'll get to you at 11:11. Okay, let's hold on. Let's wait till we're back on the record.
All right, thank you.
Chair, we're in recording right now.
Thank you very much. We'll start in a minute.
Okay, what happened? What did I need to?
Okay, it's 11:11, and we have Commissioners Wong, Axon, Ohigashi, Chang. Giovanni? Yeah. Okay. It's 11:11. We're back on the record. During the break, oh my God, you logged out again, Mr. Garcia. Your name has changed again. You indicated you have PowerPoint images and you can show them that have diagrams. My specific question is, can you refer to exactly where in the record these images already existed? Are you able to do that?
I'm not able to point, it was a part of, I'm not able to point directly to the record. It was a part of my general presentation.
Okay, so just to be really repetitive and try to be as clear as possible, if we start to allow information into this docket that was not in the record, I would assume that some people, and then we base a decision partially on those items, it would be possible for a party that disagreed with our decision to suggest that we were not complying with the very rules that we're supposed to comply with. That's why I'm going to be strict in terms of trying to keep us to the record that was presented to us. So if you cannot point to me the exact point in where in the record those images proceed, I don't want to allow them.
Okay.
As much as I would like to see them.
Yeah.
On a personal level.
It's possible that when Mr. Thatcher and Mr. Hong begin their part of the presentation, that one of them can point out, probably Mr. Thatcher can point out where this already appeared in the record.
Thank you very much. With that, let's start with your presentation, Mr. Hong, and could you also give a roadmap for where you intend to take us?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Land Use Commission. My name is Ted Hong. I represent the applicant, CBES. and that's the nonprofit governing board for Connections. In terms of a roadmap this morning, I basically provide some general background that is already in the record. Can I give you chapter and verse? Unfortunately, no. This record is voluminous, as you know. I just wanted to highlight a couple of points, and then I wanted to turn it over to Mr. Thatcher, who would discuss what's already in the record, but also dispel some of the misconceptions that have been presented to the commission today, which I think are important. With the chair's permission, I would note that had some technical difficulties. I'm trying to pull up the LUC record to find the diagram that would relate to Mr. Oigashi's question. I think that's highly relevant based on some of the testimony we received before. I hope that during the lunch break, I can kick my PC hard enough so it'll actually work, and I can find that information for you. If not, if I can impose on the planning department or the planning commission, I know that they have the same access, but probably better computers than I do. With the chair's permission, I'd like to start my presentation.
Absolutely. Just to have a sense of how long you might want to spend with us.
My presentation should take approximately 5 minutes. Mr. Thatcher's presentation should take approximately 20 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. Again, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I submitted a written summary of our position, and that we asked that be incorporated into the record. Just as background, and this has been the testimony that I've submitted previously to the Planning Commission. I live in the Kalmana area, about a mile away from the project. I actually walk door to door in the community for some of these people that have testified earlier. And forgive me if I'm passionate about this project, because Connections is a very innovative and exciting school, and this property is best suited for this school's mission. And it is, I think, the highest and best use of the property. So again, forgive me if I'm a little passionate. We asked the commission to take administrative notice of its findings of fact, conclusions of law, decision and order regarding a special use permit that was granted to Kamehameha Schools for its KL campus. That's docket number SP00-393. Filed by the commission on April 7th in the year 2000. Why that decision is important is because it does discuss the benefits, and certainly at that time, of proceeding through a special use permit instead of a district boundary amendment. I wanted to talk briefly about John Thatcher. He's an innovative educator. He's the former principal and the person who actually initiated this process. And why it's important, it should be approved. This particular property should be, in terms of its use, approved by the Land Use Commission. And he would highlight and correct certain misconceptions that are already in the record, and again, perpetuated earlier this morning. John, are you on?
Yes, I am.
So
are you able to? Thank you.
So with the chair's permission, I'd like to introduce Mr. Thatcher and turn it over to him.
Please proceed, Mr. Thatcher.
Aloha.
Sorry, Kalamai. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
Yes,
okay,
I do.
Please proceed.
Aloha, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. I personally want to thank you, Chair, for being strict on the rules, because this has been a very long process, and I would not like to see it derailed by a technicality. So thank you again. There's several things that are on the record. I'm not sure exactly where things are in the record. If you look at the record, it's not searchable. So it is a document that is, I think, printed a printed PDF, so you cannot search it to find different parts. But I have lived through this record in 2007, when the law was passed that would allow for charter schools to get state land. We asked Laura Thelian, who was the chair or the director of the Department of Land and Natural Resources, if she could identify some properties on the Big Island that we might be able to lease according to the new law. So she sent a set of properties over. We looked at the properties, we studied them carefully, and the one we chose, this one in Kalmana, we specifically chose it for the environment, for what is available up there. In my testimony, I'm not sure when, it was in 2012 or 13, I believe, I testified that this land was formerly Crown land, or I guess it still is Crown land. And that was one of the reasons when we looked at the land, there was 5 things that Crown land was supposed to be used for. And that was in my testimony. The first one was support of public education. And charter schools are public schools. We are not private schools. So sometimes people get confused that charter schools are not public schools, but in Hawaii, all charter schools are publicly funded schools that are bound to the same laws as other public schools. So we looked at the property, and I also live near the property. And so I'm very familiar with the site. I've lived here since 1992, and most of the houses that are up around the property were not even built then. There was one set of houses that were, but the whole subdivision that people keep claiming represents Kalmana, the Pacific Plantation subdivision, is one subdivision of about 60 houses in Kalmana. Kalmana is probably 20,000 people or more. So I live across the street from signs that say no connections in Kalmana. I know this is part of the record because Mr. Gomes purchased signs back then and stuck them up all over the place. Now Mr. Leloy has been sticking up signs all over the place that say no connections in Kalmana. The arguments that they're using are arguments that we have already dispelled, and I'm sorry to hear them coming up again. One of the, and I'm not sure where in the record it is, Mr. Gomes was talking about Dr. Stone, Dr. Fred Stone, who went down into the dry well. I'm not sure if I can clear up that story. Mr. Gomes had one side of the story. I have a very different interpretation of that because I worked a lot with Dr. Stone. So I would like to respond to that, but if it's going to create a problem, I won't respond to that. I would just say that it's not factually accurate, the story that was told about the dry well. I have been in the cave. I helped the guy that was doing the cave report. We went through the cave at least 2 times in one day. Every single inch of the cave that we could find, the main part of the cave from where it comes into the park, or it comes out of the park, goes onto the upper land and exits right at Edita Street. Now, the cave does go down. The former director of the planning department, Bobby Jean Lighthead Todd, said that it comes out by Hilo Library. So it's an extensive cave, but when they built Edita Street, a bulldozer collapsed it. And I remember reading that in the record. So the bulldozer collapsed the cave, so it is not accessible from there on. And that would be the lower part of our property. The cave comes in on the north side. It's under the north side of the property, and it's where we have a fence line. and we are not developing anywhere. We know exactly where the cave is according to the most accurate maps that are available. And so the property itself, the lower part of the property, and I do want to say that because of Dr. Stone, we completely redid our EA. The EA was advertised the ways it's always advertised. So if it wasn't sent out to the neighbors in that area, I don't know why, because that was not up to us to distribute the EA. When we saw what Dr. Stone was saying about the cave, we agreed we will not develop that upper part, and he agreed we could use this for forestry, for conservation projects that would greatly benefit our students. As one of the founders of Connections was founded primarily, we were started as a school within a school on Mountain View campus. And as the first charter school in the state, one of our greatest missions was to create a school that would help promote sustainable industries on this island. So agriculture is a sustainable industry. Forestry, conservation, definitely sustainable industries. So we were very, very specific in locating a land that would support this. We also realized that the lower part of the land and the upper part actually, but the upper part is about 80% ohia forest with uluhe understory. And the lower part is about 20% ohia trees. Now, these ohia on the property have also been greatly affected by the ohia blight. So we are working with different university partners to map out which trees are affected by the blight. And we are working, our high school kids are working on projects to try to collect data for the different agencies that are looking for solutions. So the property offers us a living laboratory. It's a place where we can take students. The two girls that testified, they have worked up on the property. They have worked there multiple times. One of them, we actually said she should probably go into this field because she was really good at the stuff she was doing up there. And so when we're looking at the land and looking at its agriculture potential, we're not looking at a traditional kind of agriculture, because there is very little soil up there. But agriculture was a critical life skill that the ancient people had all throughout the Pacific on islands that are mountainous islands. There was extensive terracing that was happening. And this has been rediscovered by Western scientists. And luckily, a lot of that research is on this island and in the state. And there's a new kind of agriculture that combines agriculture and forestry. It's called agroforestry. And much of the land that our students live on, especially those in Puna, is very similar to this. So what we are using is traditional agricultural methods that were used by the Hawaiians, used by other Polynesian peoples to create areas of forest on the lower part of the parcel that will actually have agriculture and forestry integrated. And so this property offers a unique property for that kind of agriculture. We also, and this is right from 2012, when we first submitted things, we were very specific about the kinds of agriculture we wanted to do. And hydroponics was a very key part of this. So hydroponics can be used in the classrooms, down at the Crest building. They create starter plants, and we can take them up to the property to put them in the property there. So what we're trying to do with this property is to teach students that even if you have marginal land, in Puna, there are ways that you can do agriculture. We don't have to have large-scale agriculture to feed this state. It also has to be dependent on the small farmers, the ones that have maybe 20 acres, and it may be marginal land where they're using greenhouses, hydroponics, aquaponics, and agroforestry techniques. And so while we probably didn't use the word agroforestry in the record, what we described in the record as the way we were going to be using the land for agricultural purposes is now been named agroforestry. So I'm just throwing that in there. I'm not sure, Mr. Hong, was there something else I was supposed to cover? I think.
John, if you could talk to us briefly about three issues: the water issue, the intergenerational issue, and the dormitories that are already in the record.
Okay, yeah. So the water issue, we have said from the beginning, we will use the amount of water that is available, the public water that is available. The public water available, the potable water for drinking. We don't believe that the number is 70 or 72. We believe that our documented use of water over the last 20 years shows that our students are using, or the school is using, maybe 4 to 6 gallons per student. And that is quite different than the calculations that were there. But we said we will live within whatever the water calculations are. We are not planning to build the school in a hurry. We're planning to take our time, and some of the original plans that are in the original documents, they show us going through about 9 phases of development. Now, the water issue is 2 issues really: the water that is drinkable, and then the water that is used for agriculture. So I am on a state technical advisory committee for urban agriculture. This is a new program that the USDA has started. So I am very familiar with agricultural uses. And in the record, a lot of this is in presentations by Wilchi Planning in the record. Celia Chen has a lot of the diagrams, I think, in her presentations. And we planned from the beginning to use catchment systems because Kalmana gets a lot of water. We're right at the edge of a rain belt. And so there's a lot of water that falls on the ground. If anything, we have too much water. But when in the old sugar plantation days, Kalmana was one of the only places in the state where it didn't have to rely on irrigation because there's enough rain. And I know I've said this a whole bunch of times before in the past in presentations. So these are reasons why we chose it. And we know how to use the water catchment systems in a way that the water will be safe for use. We were not planning to use the water for drinking. We're not planning for using it for any other purpose besides agriculture. But we do want our students to see, how do you maintain a catchment system that is safe? And that's a learning process. So this is why I say this property is a living laboratory, because it offers us so much potential for teaching our students in a hands-on way. So the water issue is something that we will deal with as it comes, and we will develop as it comes. The dormitory was initially planned because we had a lot of groups of students visiting our school. We have a lot of partners in different parts of the country and world that we work with. We have taken students to many different places throughout the country. We've had visitors from different countries, from Korea, from Peru. And these students are very interested in what we're doing. And a lot of them are very interested in the kind of agriculture that we're proposing to do. So we have no intention ever of putting our students into the dormitories. These dormitories, as we said from the beginning, would be used only for visiting groups of students and educators, primarily in the summer and in intersessions when school is not in session. The excuse me, the intergenerational program was modeled after something that is going on at preschools on Oahu, and it was meant to be a development where we may have a preschool program integrated with our regular K-12 program. And the charter school commission that oversees the charter schools had a grant where they got a lot of money for preschools, for starting up preschools, but because we were not certain of where we were with this project, we did not push to keep developing that. So we did not apply for those grant monies for the preschool. So that intergenerational preschool would be one of the last things that we would want to do. I think the Windward Planning Commission made it very clear that we need to go back to them every stage of development. And so modifications can be made at every phase of the development. And we agreed that that would be fine. So currently, the same as when we developed this project, we are probably looking at about a 20-year build to have the project completed. And the only thing that might make that go a little faster is if the sea starts rising faster than we think it is, and if the downtown Hilo area becomes even more inaccessible than it has started to become in the last few years. So I think that's enough, and I took my glass of water out of the room. So I have been involved with this from the beginning. So I do know where it's at all the way to today, and I'm helping with the agricultural components today. And I retired on July 1st from the school.
Thanks,
Thank
John.
you.
I just have a couple of points that I wanted
Sorry,
to follow
if
up on.
Mr. Hong, if I may, just I'm trying to manage the proceedings here. Mr. Matsukawa, your client is using the chat function to sort of raise questions, and you know, it's an artifact of being in this virtual world rather than in a physical meeting room. He wouldn't be allowed to hand notes to the land use commissioners during the hearing. I'm dismissing these chats as they appear, but I would instruct your client to not act in a way where the chair needs to remove him from the proceedings for disruptive activity. Is that understood, Mr. Matsukawa?
Yes.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Hong.
Just 3 brief points. I know that Commissioner Chang had brought up the issue of the traffic report. I would note that before the Planning Commission, in the last session, we had committed to updating the traffic report. That is actually being done right now at our own expense. We've already engaged somebody and paid that money to do that. Because since the Puainako extension has opened, traffic on Kamana Drive has significantly dropped off, and we wanted to make sure that's documented. The other point that I wanted to make about the water calculations is we at the last hearing before the Windward Planning Commission did commit to updating the water calculations, because in terms of the gallons per day per student, we're far below that. In fact, half below the standard, the national standard. With respect to Mr. Oigashi's question, I have in the petitioner's filings that were submitted to the Land Use Commission at page 496 and page 503, diagrams of the property that shows where the upper property and the upper parcel and the lower parcel are. And certainly if the Planning Commission or the Planning Department has a better map, then I'd be certainly happy to have them cite that to Mr. Washi.
Can you repeat those pages?
So in the PD background report 9/28/12, that page is at 496. And then also at 503.
PD,
it says PD background report 9/28/12. That's our petitioner's filing.
I will look for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. If you have any questions, Mr. Thatcher and I would be more than happy to answer.
There's a matter of questions for the petitioners and also the motion made by Mr. Hong for us to take judicial notice of a previous decision on a special use permit from this commission. I want to take up that motion first, if I may. Mr. Hong, you referenced SP 00393, which was a special use permit for Kea'au campus of Kamehameha Schools.
Yes, sir.
Has that been incorporated into the record at any other point prior to this?
I believe earlier on in the first initial hearings with the Planning Commission, that was put into the record. But I don't believe, well, that's one. I can't give you chapter and verse, and I apologize. The second point I'd like to make about that is I think the commission can take judicial notice of its prior decisions.
So I guess for me, the question is twofold, and you've touched on them, Mr. Hong. And I want to give all the parties a brief chance to respond. One is it the kind of decision that we can take judicial notice of? And second, is it introducing new evidence into the proceedings at this time? So I'm going to allow Mr. Richardson to speak to it. Do you have anything more to say at this time? If you don't, or if you do, that's fine. If you don't, I'll go through the order of the parties and have them a chance to comment and offer the commissioners a chance to question. Mr. Richardson.
I'm in support of Mr. Hong's contention that this is appropriate for judicial notice.
Ms. Kekai.
I apologize. I missed exactly what is being taken judicial notice of.
Mr. Hong has moved that the commission take judicial notice of a previous decision by this commission regarding special permit number 00393, which was a permit apparently for the Kea'au campus of Kamehameha Schools. And the question that I'm asking you to respond to is it the kind of document that we could take judicial notice of? And if it is not already on the record, is it an improper introduction of new evidence into the record?
I would support the, actually, let me take that back. I would say that if it's not already in the record, then I would say it is inappropriate.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Campbell.
I would agree with Deputy Corporation Counsel Kekai. To the extent that it's not in the record, I believe it would be inappropriate to introduce new material at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kato.
My understanding was that if it's the OUC's records, then it can be looked at, but I don't know this for sure. I'd have to research it.
Mr. Matsukawa.
Yes, I was not involved in the first round of the Windward Planning Commission's hearings and the contested case, but I know in the record, some people made a general reference that there was another school permit granted for Kamehameha Schools. I think it's in a traffic study somewhere, but not the administrative record itself. And recently in the DW Ainaleo case that involved the commission, the Supreme Court ruled when a request had been made to introduce administrative records from other proceedings into the record, and the court denied it. So I think it would be inappropriate for judicial notice.
Commissioners, do you have questions for any of the parties on this particular matter, or thoughts or comments? Commissioner Chang.
I would just have one. Mr. Hong, what is your offer of proof? What is the relevancy of that proceeding to the case here?
It discusses, I think it's page 23 or 4, and actually, we're beginning at page 24. My offer of proof is that it discusses why the Land Use Commission, back at that period of time, includes our period of time when we initiated this process, why a special use permit was the better vehicle versus a district boundary amendment. And we're not offering it as further evidence or any evidentiary reason. We're offering it as in terms of analysis regarding how the commission views its role and the factors for a special use permit.
But that's really not the issue before us today, though, right? Whether it's a district boundary amendment or special use permit. It is applying the special use permit criteria to this particular case, because I haven't seen a request to do a district boundary amendment. So quite frankly, I'm not sure what the relevancy of that matter would be to this one.
Certainly, I appreciate what you're saying, and our position has been, we've been having to fight shadows from day one in this, and I was anticipating another argument that could be made against the project and why this particular special use permit should be denied by the Land Use Commission. So I was anticipating an argument that could come up.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
And Mr. Hong, you probably are right, because I had the same I had the same issues. And what I'm thinking, I don't believe that we can accept the necessary the decision into the record at this point in time. However, if the issue comes up, and if we're going to discuss whether or not an SUP is appropriate in this matter, because if you take a look at the neighborhood board case cited in that case, 64 Hawaii 265, it talked about the appropriate process to utilize a special use permit. And in that case, although cited, the criteria cited by the case was cited in the memorandum opinion, they failed to cite page 272, which the court said procedural and substantive differences between the two techniques, that being a DBA versus a SUP, underscore the necessity for the proper application to the particular land use problems they are designed to address. As the courts have repeatedly recognized, unlimited use of the special permit to effectuate what essentially what amounts to a boundary change undermine the protection from the piecemeal changes to the zoning scheme guaranteed landowners by the more extensive procedural protections of boundary amendments. And given that language in the neighborhood board case, and doesn't seem to be addressed by the memorandum opinion, I think that Mr. Hong is right, that there is an argument here, and there is a question of law here as to whether or not this is procedurally should be an SUP versus a DBA proceeding. And I think that this case gives us, places upon us the duty to make that determination, or at least to have that determination be briefed and briefed and found out about, among other issues, I'm assuming. And I'm guessing that the only mechanism for that would be a remand to discuss this particular issue. But since Mr. Hong raised it, and I've been reading about it, I thought it would be appropriate to mention it at this point.
And Mr. Chairman, may I address that, please? Just briefly.
Sure, and sorry, Mr. Thatcher, just to be clear, we're having a discussion among council and commissioners right now. You may respond, Mr. Hong.
Thank you. So we had considered early on which vehicle we should pursue. And so in the event that this does become an issue for the commissioners, based on the Mauna Kea Aina case, we would ask that due process should allow us the opportunity to submit written briefs on this particular issue. Thank you.
Commissioners? So let me understand your last statement, Mr. Hong, but I'll preface my question with, I also have been, having reviewed the record, been struggling with this issue, whether or not this is the proper procedure for this commission to use. So you are citing to the Mauna Kea 1 case, and you evoke due process concerns. You believe that before this commission, you should be able to do additional briefing on this matter, rather than this commission in its procedures specifically remanding it back to the Windward Planning Commission for additional proceedings on this issue.
I believe that in terms of, well, the Mauna Kea case talks about, do we have a meaningful time and a meaningful opportunity to be heard on a particular issue? That's what the due process issue comes down to. And in this case, whether it's a special use permit or just district boundary amendment, if that's what the commission is going to focus on, we should have the opportunity to brief that, to convince the commission that this is the vehicle that we've chosen 14 years ago or
so. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Hong, but how do you reconcile that with the procedures for special permits, which make it fairly clear that all the argument is and evidentiary record is supposed to be before the Windward Planning Commission or the respective planning commission rather than this body?
Well, those are based on, in terms of the record, the complete record under 205
6, I believe.
Right. The complete record speaks to, and if you're looking at this in pari materia, it speaks to the evidentiary record that was before the Windward Planning Commission at the time that special use permit and those factors came before it. I think that you're actually looking, the commission is expressing a concern about an issue of law that it has to decide. And on that issue of law, those evidentiary factors really don't come into play because it's going to focus on what is the proper vehicle for future development or future proposals. And I don't know that we're not asking the commission to approve a district boundary amendment. We're asking the commission to say between the two vehicles, the special use permit vehicle is the appropriate one. And that's why we feel that briefing would be necessary.
I understand what you're saying about briefing, but the other concern I just have, and I'll recognize Commissioner Chang, under our rules and under the law, we have 45 days to make a decision on a special permit. That may indeed not allow us to effectively discharge our duties or the parties to effectively brief on such an issue, whereas that deadline, that 45-day deadline does not exist at the Planning Commission level.
If you condemn us to the Planning Commission, the Windward Planning Commission, with all due respect to the Planning Commission, this process has been unusually long. So to give you an example, Kamehameha Schools Ke'au, that special use permit took less than a year from the application to the actual approval. We've been going at this for a long period of time. Back to the ICA, to the ICA, back down, and further. You condemn us to a even longer process with respect to this particular project. And
Okay, so but really, that's just not answering my question, which is
Okay,
how
let
you
me-
deal with the
let me- let me
45-day.
set the
Timeframe.
date, set the date when briefs are due. You know, I've got weekends, I've got nights, Mr. Matsukawa got weekends, we got nights. You set the date, you set the time, we'll submit the briefs.
You know, the other matter, just to throw out there, is we have other matters before us. The commissioners are not, we have weekends and nights where we do our paid work, among other things. So, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I understand Mr. Hong's position, he's asking, as I understand it, Mr. Hong, you're asking for an opportunity to brief in the event the commission decides to make to base its decision that the more appropriate vehicle for this to do a boundary amendment. But if the commission makes a decision based upon the record before it, which is the Planning Commission's recommendation, then you're not asking for briefing. Only if one of the basis for the Land Use Commission's, let's say, denial is that you've got the wrong vehicle, then you're asking for briefing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I understood.
But the specific motion we were discussing most immediately was whether or not we take judicial notice of this.
Right, and I don't think it's relevant. I would agree with the county. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Anything further, commissioners? Mr. Hong, I don't think that you would be prejudiced if I said that I was not going to take judicial notice of it at this time, but would allow you to reintroduce the motion to take judicial notice of it should, in the course of our proceedings, we start to focus on whether or not this should be a DBA versus a special permit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand.
Okay. It's 11:55. Commissioners, can I get a sense of how many questions we have for Mr. Hong, Mr. Thatcher, and perhaps back to Mr. Richardson and Mr. Garcia? Commissioner Chang, you have some questions? Do you have a sense of length?
Probably no more than 5 minutes.
Okay, any other commissioners at this time? Okay, so let's, Commissioner Ohigashi.
I have a few.
Sorry?
I just have a few questions.
Okay.
I need time to find that.
Is your preference to take a break now and question after lunch, or to question now while the presentations are most immediately in our mind?
My preference is always lunch first.
Sorry, Commissioner Wong, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, Chair, that would be my statement more than Commissioner Higashi. He must be using me here as a, thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Mr. Chair, I'm fine if we just hold the questioning to after lunch. That's fine.
Okay, we did at least dispense with the motion issue. So it's 11:57. I'm going to ask that we reconvene at 12:30. Sorry for the short lunch, but we do have a lot of things to do. We want to make the most efficient use of our time. We'll reconvene at 12:30 with questions from Commissioners Chang and Ohigashi to Mr. Hong and Mr. Thatcher. We're in recess. You. I will say off the record before we start that the fact that we're not in Hilo and I cannot eat at either Mio's or at other places is very frustrating to me. So there we go. Haven't traveled into Ireland in 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Commissioner Wong, Axon, Ohigashi, Chang, Giovanni. Okay, and we have all council here as well. It's 12:30, going on the record again. We had gotten a conclusion of presentation from Mr. Hong and Mr. Thatcher, and now we were going to take questions from Commissioner Chang and Commissioner Ohigashi and perhaps others. Please go ahead, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Wong, I wanted to ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Richardson. Is it your understanding that the Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission is required to comply with Article 12, Section 7, related to the protection and preservation of traditionally and customary rights of Native Hawaiians to the extent feasible?
I've actually 3 points in response to that. Number one, when I look at the Pa'akai o Ka'aina case, which is at 94 Hawaii 31, which I think Mr. Matsukawa was the attorney for petitioners of the appellants in that case. I'm concerned that the analytical framework set out by the Hawaii State Supreme Court only applies to petitions for reclassification of district boundaries. And I point out that would be at 94 Hawaii, pages 46 and 47. They lay out 3 factors. And in the third factor, footnote 28, footnote 28 refers to the language change or the change in the environmental impact statement factors or assessment that has to be conducted, which incorporates certainly those cultural factors that you're concerned about. So in our case, number one, I would say that that distinction or that analysis in that case, Mr. Matsukawa's case, only applies to petition for reclassification of district boundaries. I have not seen any court extend that analysis, that analytical framework to special use permits. That's saying one thing. The second thing I wanted to point out, that in the Intermediate Court of Opinion, a Court of Appeals opinion, at pages 15 through 18, it cites that one of the factors in our county charter and in our county general plan requires any change or land, let me rephrase that, land use has to take into consideration any cultural aspects with respect to the proposed property use. And I would point out finally, the third point, in the record, and this is now I'm looking at the petitioner's filing that was submitted, because I don't have volume 1, volume 2. But I would point out that in the record, the final environmental assessment at pages 531 through 533 talks about how my client made the effort to determine if there were any traditional customary practices on the property, and there were not. And that's also reflected in the county planning department background report from the same filing at pages 423 and 424. So in answer to your question, yes, it does affect, in my opinion, under the law, under Mr. Matsukawa's case, it does affect petitions for reclassification of district boundaries. And yes, in terms of our county general plan and our county charter, we do have to take those factors into consideration. And did we take those factors into consideration in this case? Yes, we did. There were no customary traditional practices found on the property.
Okay, where do I begin, Mr. Hong? First of all, I'm going to begin with clearly you and I have a very different understanding of the constitutional obligations under Article 12. Kapa'akai is just one case that use land use commission, but there is a line of cases that go from Oni versus Meek down in 1858 to Kalipi versus Hawaiian Trust, 1982, Pele Defense Fund versus Patey, 1992, Public Access Shoreline versus Hawaii Planning Commission, 1995, State versus Hanapi, 1998, Kapa'akai, 2000, Water Commission, Iau Navai 2012, State versus Pratt, 2012, State versus Palama, 2015, Mauna Kea, Idaho, Mauna Kea 1, 2015, TMT Appeal 2018, Ching versus Case 2019. These are a series of cases that the Hawaii Supreme Court has applied Article 12, Section 7, 7-1, 1-1. So I beg to differ with you. I think the constitutional obligation of state and the counties apply to all lands in Hawaii. With respect to the attempts made by the applicant, as I read the environmental assessment, their conclusion that there were no adverse effect was based upon a letter that they mailed to four agencies or 4 individuals, including Kepa Mali, Edith Kanakaole Foundation, and nobody responded. So based upon a lack of response, the conclusion was there's no traditional customary practices. And I will beg to differ that is not what the court requires of government agencies with respect to determining impacts of the project on traditional customary practices. So I get where you're coming from, Mr. Hong. Obviously, you and I see the Constitution and the requirements of in particular government agencies very differently. So I appreciated your candid response. That was very helpful for me to understand. Mr. Chair, I've got no further questions.
May I follow up? May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
You may respond.
So all I wanted to point out on page 453 was in terms of my client, even if the lack of response, and I think you also left out the part that our client actually held a public informational meeting on April 16th, 2009 for the issue of cultural and traditional practices. My client is committed. However, and I'm quoting from the EA at page 453, quote, however, if any traditional or cultural practices are identified, connections will make efforts to accommodate continuation of these practices, period, end quote. So I don't know that we actually differ with respect to our perspective. And again, as we pointed out, our county charter, the Intermediate Court of Appeals opinion also pointed out, our county general plan takes into consideration, makes it an imperative that we need to take into the cultural, customary, and traditional practices. And did we make best efforts? I think we did. And so I'm a little concerned. I don't know how people are not going to respond, how we can get them to respond.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, no, so I mean, clearly, Mr. Hong, you and I, we're going to differ on this. I believe the requirements, in particular, as stated under Kapa'akai, it is to identify the resources, determine its impact, and come up with reasonable mitigation. More importantly, the agency cannot delegate that to the developer. So we cannot leave it up to the petitioner that if there is in the future traditional customary practices, that he's going to ensure that they're protected. That is not his obligation. That is our obligation when we're reviewing a permit or some kind of entitlement. So I think the question is, like in Kapa'akai, where the Land Use Commission's determination was reversed and remanded back to the Planning Commission for failure to have sufficient findings to support the determination. So that's what Kapa'akai, what the court found in Kapa'akai, was that the findings were insufficient to make a determination that the Land Use Commission protected and preserved traditional customary practices. So while you and I, we are going to disagree on this, but like I said, I really do appreciate your candid response to me and your viewpoint of this. But I think we see the law a little differently. So thank you. I think we're okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner, sorry, just a procedural matter. The Q&A function should be limited by any participants in this meeting to ask questions of perhaps where we are in the docket or what is being allowed, not to ask substantive questions. I addressed this earlier. I think the person who's entered something into the chat recently missed my earlier announcement about that. So it's not really to be directing comments or questions to the commissioners at this time. We're in a formal proceeding. It is somewhat the equivalent if we were in a physical room that suddenly you were rushing forward and handing notes to commissioners. It's not supposed to work that way. Commissioner Ohigashi, questions for Mr. Hong and Mr. Thatcher?
Mine is more factual. My question is more factual in nature. Is there, and I'm sorry, Mr. Hong, I only could find this. This one. That's about it I can find. Okay. Like I said, I think it's part 2 of the ICA record on appeal, and it's page 141. That's the one I was looking at. But I'm asking most of. I'm not sure if Mr. Thatcher or Mr. Garcia can answer this. Is that, was there in the record any plans for the infrastructure of this particular property? An infrastructure plan?
John, go ahead.
Do you mean in terms of the water and electricity?
Yeah, well, no, you're showing on this map that I was looking at, you're showing a lot of roads, and I'm presuming, and buildings and structures. And normally what developers come before us in, for example, like in a board, in a DBA or district boundary amendment situation, will be an infrastructure type of plan, would indicate how the infrastructure will be built out and the time frames that it may take to build out. And actually, it will provide us a cost. Is there anything in the record like that for a special use permit?
I'm not sure if there is, but I want to make a point that the drawing that you're looking at is a conceptual plan. It is not a plan. We had a number of different drawings for different ways that we could configure the property. So we never got to the point of actually paying for the more than just the conceptual plans. So we went through a series of conceptual plan scenarios, and that's the one that we ended up with.
So have you had any kind of final plan be made part of the record in this case?
Commissioner Origashi, I would point out no, and the reason why is because once the special use permit was denied originally in 2014 by the Planning Commission, that ended the process, and then we decided to, not decided, but we went up on appeal and took a while up on appeal, as you well know, and came back down. So the
record doesn't have one. I just wanted to be sure.
Right. The record doesn't have one only because of the timing, and you're facing a unique situation.
I understand your problem. I'm just asking some questions that I just want to clear up. So is there any condition or any part of the DNO that was passed by the Windward Planning Commission that would establish where these buildings would be.
I would point out, in the final EA, there's a conceptual drawing, and that's at page 498.
I can't find that.
Okay, that's
Is that besides that conceptual drawing at 498, okay? That is not the final plan, is that right? According to Mr. Thatcher.
Yes, it's not the final plan. That was our conceptual plan, what buildings are going to go where. And I would just note for the record that the record is actually clear that in terms of that conceptual plan at 498 in the final EA, that would actually be pushed more towards the corner of the lower part of the property.
And I'm trying to figure out this. It says here on my map, it says a biological treatment system. And there's a box in there showing number 18, biological treatment system. Is that the approximate area where you intend to place the biological treatment system?
I think Mr. Thatcher should respond to that.
Yeah, I'm looking at him, even though I'm maybe looking at you.
We've brought in one engineer already to look at that, and he was involved with creating the same kind of a system as is used at Punakai Shopping Center.
I'm not asking about the system. I'm asking about the placement of that particular biological.
Yeah, that's about the place. That's where we envisioned it would be, yeah.
And how, is there anything in the record to show how that was determined to be the place?
I believe that in the record, it would show that we had a number of different analysis of the land. So we had people that were doing, in their studies, were going through there and covering different tracts of the land, going back and forth. And I believe the one that we were using for this one was the study that was looking at the biological. And so we were looking at where we would locate it with the least impact.
And I see here that you have different types of an art music building, intermediate school classrooms, library, but you said that these things would be done in phases. Is that right?
Yeah, the county said in their findings that we would be doing these in phases, and we would be going back to the county for the permits at each phase.
Is there anything in the record that shows how the phases will?
Yes, there was 9 phases that are in the record in the first part. It's in the first 20 pages, I believe.
Is there a finding that exhibit that refers to that particular phasing?
Yes, actually, that's Will Chi and Associates report. And I don't have it.
I'm just curious because I was looking at the findings. I was trying to find some of this. The next area of questions that I really have is, if you're going to phase, what is your plan, initial plan that was in the record to show what would initially be built at the time frame?
The county said that the first things we need to do is to
I'm not sure what I'm not sure the county, I'm not asking what the county said you should do. I'm just asking, what is the phase that your plans are to have, and the initial and the timetable for the at least initial phase? And what does the first phase constitute?
I'm not sure.
I think I might be able to point you to where in the record the phases are listed in the permit application. If you look at the ICA record on appeal, 2 of 4, it would be exhibit 34. Or excuse me, page 34.
That's the way it's set up. I have 4 parts of the record on the ICA appeal.
The
Part
second
2.
part, yep. And then it would be page 34 on the bottom right-hand side, not the PDF.
Okay, so can you tell me then, what is the first phase?
I can read it to you.
Yeah, read it.
Okay, okay.
Because I have to go dig it right now, and I don't want to do it.
Sure. Phase 1 is refinement of planning and project costs and completion of attendant studies, which may include a topographic survey, geotechnical soils study, drainage study, and water study. Estimated time to complete is 1 to 2 years.
Has that been done yet? Has that been started yet?
John?
Yeah, the only one that the 2 that we are updating are the traffic study and the water study. The rest have been completed.
Has the traffic study been done yet?
It hasn't been completed yet.
When is the completion of that?
Mr. Garcia was meeting with them. I believe they were saying at the end of January or February.
Well, I'm gonna strike this conversation because, you know, I don't think that was part of the record, was it?
No.
Okay. So I'm just let me ask you this. It had, as of the time of the permit, there was no traffic study done, updated. Is that right?
No, there was. There was a traffic study done.
It was done, but
dated.
it wasn't updated.
It wasn't updated, right?
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. So what I'm trying to get at is, when does the construction start, according to you?
That would start in the phase 2.
Is that what has been, and when would the completion date for the construction be? For phase 2?
I think it says on there, and I have to get it up again, but it says that it could vary. So it's about 20 years.
Okay, and what would that first construction phase consist of?
It would be let me find it here. I had it just now. The first part, well, the first phase was finishing with what we talked about. The second phase was the designing and permitting of the caretaker's residence, administrative building, and the high school facilities. And that we assumed would take about 1 to 2 years. So the third phase would be when we start the site grading, installation of utilities, wastewater systems, access road, construction of the caretaker's residence, administrative building, and high school facilities, classrooms in high school green, and shade houses. And that would be a phase that would last for about 2.5 to 3.5 years.
Do you foresee opening up in stages during that phase?
I think it's going to be dependent on what the Windward Planning Commission, if they are putting conditions on, other conditions.
Do you have a plan before in the record in regard to when, whether or not you'd be occupying buildings prior to the end of phase 2?
I don't think we had anything in the record that said that. It was a little more open.
So has there been an estimate in the record of the cost of the infrastructure for this project?
In the record, it showed that we had a USDA loan before, but I believe it said that was for part of the construction.
I'm just asking about the infrastructure. That would be the roads, the sewers, the whatever type of sewage treatments you have, utility lines, water lines, etc., as well as your catchment basement system. Has there been an estimate as to what the cost of?
You know, with Mr. Oigashi, I don't want with all due respect, so,
No, it's no, right?
no. So even if we did, I think there were, but even if we did, at this stage, in 2022, all those prices and estimates would be completely blown. Because I'm sure you're aware that even on Maui or the Big Island, all construction and everything else, those costs have gone up dramatically. So our point is that in terms of the special use, and we're also faced with the time factor because this case has taken so long.
So my question, so the answer would, it's not, you don't have it right now.
Our answer
Not
is
sure if it's in the record, but if it's in the record, it probably is more, costs more. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
So if it is in the record, and I'm not sure if it is, that's why I was asking you, because it's a voluminous record, and I was trying to look for it. I was wondering, who would pay for the cost of infrastructure?
In the current statutory overlay in terms of charter schools, the charter school and the CBES would be responsible exclusively, not the state of Hawaii generally. It wouldn't come out of the DOE budget or the certainly the school's charter school budget. That would be our kuleana to go get that money.
In a special use permit, is it required that the developer, that being the petitioner in this case, so that they are capable of meeting the financial obligations to place infrastructure?
Yes, and yes, we did show at the time of this process, all the way up until the appeal, that we had I think it was, how many, $40 million, John? I forget how much money the USDA had loaned us to do construction.
Was going to loan us.
Was going to loan. So it was about 40 million, right?
Yeah.
$40 million.
And there's something that needs to be clarified also, is that the reason why CBES is involved in this is charter schools cannot own facilities. They can only lease facilities. So CBES owns the Crest building where the school is currently located and works with First Hawaiian Bank. First Hawaiian Bank has met with us and USDA and said that yes, they would lend us the money to, or at least part of it, to get the project started. So go ahead.
What the problem that the Land Use Commission has faced in the past, just right in context, is developers saying that we're going to develop this place and we're going to put in this infrastructure. And later on, for whatever reasons, it's not, infrastructure doesn't go in. And exacerbates the problem, but they start working on it, so you can't pull back. Can't pull it back in the DBA, district boundary. So what I'm trying to find out from does this special permit give us additional hooks into you in regard to making sure that you can build the infrastructure? Because frankly, you know, that's one of our concerns. That's always been one of our concerns, that it's actually built, it's being used for the purpose it's being used for, and it's going to be there. So second, I'm sorry. So I'm going to go. That's the reason why I'm asking this question. The other question, the final area of questioning that I really want to know is, how long do you intend to stay here? Assuming that you get the permit, how long do you stay?
The lease is for 65 years. So I probably won't be around to make the decision, but it would be a permanent facility. That's why we looked at this, because we needed something permanent, because we had moved from place to place.
And normally in a special use permit situation, we usually give it a permit for 5, sometimes 10. So is the developer or you, the petitioner, willing to live with a 5-year permit? because my understanding of special use permit, or my feeling of what special use permit, is that it should not be permanent, it should be temporary. Even like landfills are considered to be temporary because they're being covered up and returned to the property that it is.
If I can respond, two things. Can the Land Use Commission put in some kind of landmarks and tie it to certain specific times as part of the terms and conditions of granting the special use permit? I would submit, yes, they can under 205. Second question that you bring up is a special use permit temporary and like for 5 or 10 years? And I would have to say no, because when I look at, for example, the special use permit granted to Kamehameha schools, I mean, that's just indefinite.
Well, you know, you can't make that argument right now. Facts. My question specifically is whether or not you guys can live with a 10-year, 10-year special use permit. Because even like solar facilities, for example, have a lifetime. They are under a special. Even, but I guess landfills, I use that example. Rock quarries have a lifetime. They're under a special. What do you believe makes this different that shouldn't be subject to a temporary use? And honestly speaking, to say that, hey, you should revert it. You should revert it back to what it was like before, like in any other special use permit. What makes that argument?
So the lease was for educational or school purposes only. And so we would submit that in terms of the special use permit, it would last for the up until the end of the lease, because we are using it for only school or educational uses. And I think that's the major difference here than, let's say, a land, a landfill or a rock quarry or something else where you're talking about, a specific resource or a definitive area. We're talking about what is the lease given to us for by DLNR, only for school purposes and education purposes. And so when we look at this as a change in terms of land use, that's why the special permit, when we apply for it, allows us, and I would submit, extends through the life of the lease.
Now, so my last question is really rhetorical, and it's more rhetorical than anything. My last question is, given all the problems with a special use permit, given all the fact that that it appears to be a down and dirty type of operation, type of thing, and I use the word down and dirty, is quick and quicker and supposed to be quicker and easier type of system, which it wasn't here apparently. Wouldn't a district boundary amendment sort of satisfy a lot of these concerns? Be able to get a good EA down, financing questions would be answered, length of term should be no problem because it'll be under a lease by the Board of Land and Natural Resources, limited to a certain purposes. The board can control that, and the board would be able to say whether or not it should be in fact, wouldn't that be in a good world a solution to issues?
I don't know that that's rhetorical. I think that actually begs an answer, because in our circumstance, when we started this process, originally discussing this with former chairperson Laura Thielen, and we discussed it with the planning department, the recommendation was this is the way to go. They told us, get in this bus. We got on the bus. Now, 14 years later, all of a sudden the bus isn't good enough. We should have got on the other bus, right? So, I'm a little hesitant to condemn us to go back and start another 14-year process. There's no guarantee in terms of time. I don't think anybody here on this Zoom call can tell us or give us an accurate date and time if we have to go and play shoots and ladders and start over. So, you know, we're at the point now where we've fulfilled, I think, all our statutory obligations, regulatory obligations, and it's now before the Land Use Commission. I think that if on a policy level, you want to say no more special use permits, because you're right, it's kind of down and dirty. I think that's one issue, but certainly my client shouldn't be penalized for that. And so I think that this begs a larger discussion on a policy basis that the commission needs to address.
And just a
I
little,
didn't expect an answer.
Hold on, Mr. Thatcher.
I didn't expect an answer, but nice to hear from you, Mr. Hong. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Thatcher, I'm going to allow if you wanted to say something briefly in response.
No, I just wanted to clarify that when we first looked for the land back in 2007, the county code said that charter schools had to use agriculture zoned land. And so that's what we asked for. All of the land around the around the property has been rezoned since, and even Pacific Plantations are now low density urban instead of 1 acre ag. So the county currently zones it at 1 acre ag. So we tried to do it the way we were told to do, but then there was a case with another charter school and the county changed and said that we'd have to go for a special use permit.
Okay. Commissioners, further questions for Mr. Hong or Mr. Thatcher at this time?
Chair.
Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question again, following up on Commissioner Ohigashi. So regarding this special permit that's in front of us right now, there's no drawings per se, true drawings. It's only conceptual. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, because when we applied and started this process, that's the only thing that was required.
Okay, so that was in 2007, correct?
That's correct.
So we have approximately, 15 years, I would say 14 years, because we're just started 2022. So during that time period, couldn't you do something more? Let's say draft, we have conceptual drawing from 2007. And as you said, costs change, things change. So ideas sometimes change during that period. Couldn't you just bring up a new plans or something more finite or more that we can grab our hands onto? Because it's to me, it's like, hey, I have this idea, this plan, but it may change in 15 years. It's like I used to have hair in my head 15 years ago. Now I don't have any hair. So you know what I'm saying? Things change. I used to be 150 pounds and I'm over that weight. So I just don't understand why we couldn't, you couldn't bring up at least something more up to speed to this period.
Well, I think that's a legitimate concern. And so the Intermediate Court of Appeals decision was issued on January 31st, 2020. It took several months from the Intermediate Court of Appeals decision to get a judgment and then transfer back the proceedings or remand them back to the Windward Planning Commission. The Windward Planning Commission held a hearing or started holding hearings on the remand I think the first one was August of 2021. So in terms of redoing this at an expense to my client, because actually the special permit talks about whether or not there should be a change, this permitted use, it focuses on the use, not necessarily the actual nuts and bolts, V8 engine with, certain other aspects of it, it is conceptual. And in terms of timing, we are fundamentally a victim of the timing. That's the answer to your question. Would we have liked to present updated plans or things like that? Yes, we would have. But I would point out, again, we're not Leloy or someplace else. We're a very small charter school. And in terms of finances, we're waiting for the approval of this change of use so we could do this. And then we would start that process of doing the plans according to the other special use permits and how those went. I would point out, as I had mentioned earlier, during the course of the last Windward Planning Commission hearing, we had committed to the Planning Commission and the community that we would be updating the traffic report. We would be updating the water calculations. So, unfortunately, yeah, we are a victim of the timing of the situation. So we were given essentially, according to your timeline, maybe less than a year to update everything in terms of the plans, including cost estimates, blueprints, diagrams, that kind of thing. And I think that would be burdensome and problematic.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to give a forewarning to the commission or county or whoever I'm supposed to ask that during their process after the remand, why didn't they ask for, new drawings or something? Because, once it's filed with us, we have 45 days. And right now it's almost, sorry to say, don't get me wrong, it's just that it's so nebulous in my mind that, I would say we're going to build this pie in the sky and eventually it'll become a tree house. I'm not saying it's going to be, but I'm just saying that I would like to grab something a little bit more around this than just, ideas or plans, schematics, and some guesses. So that's all I'm going to say right now. Thank you.
Can I add something to Mr. Hong's?
So I'm not sure a question was directed at you, Mr. Thatcher, by Commissioner Wong.
Oh, I thought it was directed at both of us.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add, Mr. Wong, that one of the things that we said from the beginning is that our classrooms would utilize a lot of outdoor space. And that has become even more important now with the pandemic. And so I did have discussions with the mayor and, we're talking about possibly when we are going back to, for the permits for the buildings, we have guaranteed that we want to maintain that ability to use the outdoor spaces as much as possible. And that's critical right now. That's one of the reasons that the school was able to stay open, one of the few schools that was able to stay open for the entire year last year, except for 1 2-week period.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Hong and Mr. Thatcher? The chair has a series of questions. I'm going to really briefly preface my questions so that the parties or anybody watching this proceeding doesn't sort of draw their own inaccurate conclusions about my motivations. Just 3 brief points in preface. One is we're partly here because of the raw deal that charter schools got given. Hey, you guys can exist, but we're not going to give you any facilities. You got to go find it yourselves. It's a double standard in public education in a way that I just think is obnoxious. And you have to acknowledge the sort of general injustice of the situation that we're now dealing with some of the subsidiary outcomes of. From the descriptions of the curriculum that I've gotten from the record and from the presentations, when I was in high school at Iolani and tried to talk to them about things like farming and sustainability, let's say it wasn't well received. We joke that our spirits come pre-crushed having gone to Iolani school. So, it's the kind of school I would have probably thrived at. But that said, this is not the body that you want judging curriculum. We are not qualified to do so, nor are we supposed to be making our decision on how cool or how poor we think a particular school is doing. We're really limited to the land use decisions at hand. And just in that regard too, I just want to make it really clear to the public testifiers who have talked about traffic and other impacts. The law is really clear that you can have substantial permanent and adverse impacts and still move forward with a project. That's mostly, however, dealt with during the DBA process rather than the special permit process. So with that preface, I have, I think about 8 questions, some of which are short, some of which might be longer. 2 questions pertaining to the record at hand, and I presume Mr. Hong's going to respond to this. 1515-95A of the Land Use Commission's rules specify in part, and I'm going to read it directly, that from part A, the record shall include evidence that the person requesting the special permit has written authorization of all fee simple owners to file the petition, which authorization shall also include an acknowledgement that the owners and their successors shall be bound by the special permit and its conditions. Now, I saw in the record evidence that the DLNR had indicated that they were intending to issue a lease, but I have not seen anywhere in the record specific compliance with this condition of 1595A. Where can you point me towards that existence in the record, where the DLNR as the fee simple owner has said, yes, we actually agree to the special permit conditions and we will be bound by them?
So if I hear you correctly, you're asking whether if there's anything in the record that DLNR specifically stated that they would agree to any special, the terms and conditions of a special use permit.
Under the requirements of 1515-95A.
Other than issuing the lease, I don't know that I recall seeing that. I don't know, John, do you recall getting that?
I'm not familiar with that part, with what part of the law you're citing, but we did go back to BLNR to modify the lease. And we added the CBES to the lease at one point.
So
and that was,
let me just, so it's a really specific question, and this is not a hidden part of the administrative rules. It's the part of the administrative rules that describes how special use permits can be issued. So I assume that at some point in the decision to make a special use permit application, this was looked at, and I'm just asking, parties are free to argue that I'm reading this wrong, but it seems fairly straightforward to me. The record shall include evidence that the person requesting the special permit has the written authorization of all fee simple owners to file the petition, which authorization shall also include an acknowledgement that the owners and their successors shall be bound by the special permit and its conditions. Is that in the record or not?
And I believe that when we submitted it, the EA and everything else, the Cecilia Chen did include letters from the Department of Land and Natural Resources. And I would ask that I be given the opportunity to sift through the record.
You can go ahead, and I think if I've read those correctly, they concurred with the finding of no significant impact. But they did not say specifically that I saw, we agree to be bound by the special use permit conditions. So that's the first question. Second, 6E, Hawaii Revised Statute 6E, Section 8 requires a letter of concurrence from the State Historic Preservation Division. Not a finding of, yeah, we don't think there's anything there, but a letter of concurrence under that language. I would also ask the same question, is that in the record?
I am not sure.
Okay.
I apologize. That
I would like to know before making a decision whether or not that is in the record. Third, And this is going back to an assertion, Mr. Hong, if I heard you make correctly. You said people told us to go get a special use permit rather than a district boundary amendment. Is that in the record?
It's in the record that, yeah. It is in the record that we had to follow the process that I said.
Well, before we started again on this, is it in the record? I'm not sure that was to the extent where I got a memo or a letter from Chairman Thielen or the planning director, or a letter from the planning director, Ms. Bobby G. Lee had taught at the time. Do I believe that's in the record that we should use a special use permit versus a district boundary amendment? I don't believe that that's in the record.
Okay. I'll say my question about that is, it would be foolish to not acknowledge how long this process has taken. But I do have pause as chair of the Land Use Commission that we be assigned full and complete and sole blame for the length of time that this process has been taken.
Yeah, I apologize if I've given you any indication that I'm laying any blame on the Land Use Commission. I certainly apologize. That was never my intent.
Okay, thank you. So is the current property within the urban growth line under the county general plan? Or is it outside of the urban growth boundary?
I would defer that to the county, I'm sorry.
Okay. You're familiar with the Hawaii Supreme Court case, and I apologize, I don't have the full citation at my fingertips. The Local 5 case, which had to do with how long an environmental impact statement regarding the Turtle Bay development was essentially good for. We're looking at an EA that was done, I believe, if I read the record correctly, 11 years ago. And maybe we'll come back to this, but I'm interested in whether or not the Supreme Court's directive under Local 5 should or should not apply to our decision-making, in this case, reliance on an EA that is of some age. You can respond to that now or later, that's fine.
It's an interesting question. It's an interesting question.
And perhaps fortunately for everybody, I cannot read my chicken scratch of my last point, so I will defer. If I reread it later, I will reserve the right to ask the question. Commissioners, any further questions for Commissioner Giovanni?
Thank you, Chair. And sorry for the late question. So I think it was Mr. Garcia that remarked in his testimony today that one of the incentives to move from the Crest building was concern over the climate effects in downtown Hilo. Can you tell us what, if anything, is proposed in the record where the new location of the school would address in some positive way the effects of climate change?
Well, the effects of climate change that we're speaking about on the bayfront have to do with the rising waters.
Let me clarify. This is a project of significant activity, construction, and ongoing operations.
Yes.
And that activity in and of itself will contribute to increased loading of the atmosphere. What are you doing to mitigate or compensate or otherwise neutralize the effects of your activities at the new site so that you don't exacerbate climate issues?
Okay, I understand. Thank you. May I, as part of the team, may I defer to Mr. Thatcher? Because as far as I know, that type of study in terms of the environmental impact of our efforts to construct the school has not been done.
I think, Chair, it has to be in the record already in terms of what they're
correct
responding to my question.
Mr. Thatcher, did you have something to add to the response?
Yeah, I was just looking at the beginning of the record, the PD1, and I'm not seeing anywhere in there right now where it said it, but I know there is places where it came up that the school's location was in the Bayfront area, and that was one of the reasons the school was trying to move. But I'd have to look for it in the record. As I said before, I can't search the record, so you just have to go through it page by page almost.
Well, Mr. Thatcher, my question was not why are you moving? It's like, what are you doing to neutralize or mitigate the impact of climate change due to the activity you're proposing at the new location? And whether or not that's in the record, it's yes or no, kind of.
I think it's in the record where we're talking about the phases. And so one of the reasons we wanted to do it in phases is so that we would build slowly, so it wouldn't have as much of an impact. We're not planning on coming in and building a whole school with all the waste that's involved with that, with construction. So I don't know if we said something in there in the record, but that's the part of the record where it would be, is where we're talking about the phases and the reason to move into the phases. And it could be in testimony by Wiltshire Planning also.
Okay, thank you. Let me just make one of Commissioner Ohigashi's rhetorical comments, if I may, Chair.
Please do.
My question was stimulated by your question about the potential staleness of the EA in this project being 11 years old. And in my view, a lot of EAs that were done in that time period did not give adequate consideration to climate change effects. And those are really, far more relevant today. So it kind of underscores, from my view, perhaps, that the EA is stale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Giovanni. I did decipher my chicken scratch, and it was whether or not, the question I have is, one of the conditions that I believe, if I have read the record correctly, and you can correct me if I haven't, is that all wastewater is required by the county to be disposed on site. But one aspect of our terrestrial cave ecosystems is that they often have, in addition to being sites of Iwi Kupuna and Moipu and other cultural things, they also often have endemic cave fauna, some of which can be quite sensitive to impacts. So is there something on the record that talks about how you can meet the county's requirement to dispose of all runoff on site, but yet also not negatively impact the cave fauna or the cultural artifacts that may exist? So Mr. Hong or somebody else.
John, you want to talk about that specifically?
Well, in the record, in the first part on page 42, it says about one sentence, wastewater. Currently, there is no municipal wastewater system serving the Kalmana area, and the proposed project, like the surrounding area residents, would have to provide its own wastewater system.
Well, I think the question more is to talk about the type of wastewater system that you were alluding to earlier that's also in the record.
Just to be really clear, I didn't ask about wastewater, which is a separate concern. I was talking about a specific county condition as to runoff being processed on site.
That is actually in the record, and thank you for clarifying, because that did come up in one of the hearings before the Planning Commission. And they had actually, Wiltshire, Cecilia Chen had talked about what the plans were, and I can't give you, I apologize again, chapter and verse where that was, but that was discussed. That was a plan was
and specifically was the plan, did the plan take into account the potential for infiltration into the Kamana cave system?
I believe it did. It did.
It would be great to get
Right.
I mean, I have spent an inordinate amount of time trying to review the record, but I don't, if it's there, I have missed it. So I would love to have attention drawn to it. Thank you very much.
It may not, it may be affected by the fact that we agreed to build on the lower portion of the property. And on the lower portion of the property, the cave is all the way on the northern side. And so all of the runoff and everything would be to the south of that. And so the cave would not be impacted. And that part of the cave is inaccessible, at least as far as we know, because the entrance on that side was caved in by the bulldozer when they paved Adita Street when they originally made it. So there are endemic animals in Kalmana Cave, and we, you know, as far as the upper part of the parcel goes, that was one of the reasons we decided not to build on the upper portion, because it could have an impact on the endemic animals, endemic to Kalmana Cave, not just to the state of Hawaii.
Thank you for your response. That's helpful, Mr. Thatcher. Commissioners, anything further? We've got a full hour. If there's nothing further, I would suggest we take a 10-minute break and then move on to the county, Ms. Kekai, followed by Ms. Campbell. It's 1:31. Let's reconvene at 1:41.
Making old man sounds on the record.
That's me. Because I'm old. I have no hair too, remember?
You had more hair when you started on the Land Use Commission than you do now.
That was 8 years ago, okay? Or 7, or how many years?
I have slightly less hair, but it is absolutely grayer. So. Okay, it's 1:41. We have all the parties, Commissioners Schroeder, Wong, Axon, Ohigashi, Chang, and Giovanni. Okay, we're back on the record. Ms. Kekai, can you, along with Ms. Campbell, give us your roadmap of your presentation?
Oh, ours will, well, mine will be very short. I'm sure hers will be as well. Very less basic statement about the commission's findings.
Okay.
Less than 5 minutes.
Okay. I see Ms. Campbell nodding for the record. So. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
commissioners. Thank you, Chair. We just want to keep this real simple. We recognize that it is a voluminous record, to say the least. The commission, took a lot of time to review it and made the decision to make to review the record and make their decision on the record. And so I would just simply restate that the commission stands behind its recommendation that this project application met all criteria, special permit criteria. And I'm available for any questions.
Chair, you're muted.
Just figure that out, Kalmana. Commissioners, questions for the Windward Planning Commission? Commissioner Wong, you have a paddle. That's impressive.
Yeah, so you can see me now.
How much are you bidding?
I have no idea, but whatever it is, I can't afford it. But
Commissioner
anyway,
Wong, followed by Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. I just have, I'm following up on the question I have regarding the plans. Why? I mean, it was 2007. It was when through this county issue, and then had the Intermediate Court of Appeals that Mr. Hong said was what, 2020 or 2021. So why, and it came back to the commission or the county. How come at that point in time you guys didn't ask for new plans or new, I mean, you're using something that old?
Let's say initially we decided to put it up to the parties to brief on the issue and whether the record should be reopened and things should be updated. And the commission found that that it was not necessary and that they could make the decision on the record. And I would add to that the commission did not want to prejudice the applicants in the sense that making them kind of design at risk or to provide drawings when their entitlements were not in place is not usually a practice of the commission. That's what the conditions are there for. They have 10 years to complete their construction and phases and such. And if they cannot, then they have to come back to the commission or actually to the department and ask for extension. So there are things in place basically without making them design at risk.
Okay, so I don't know if it's to you or the planning department. So take this as, I guess during my period with the Land Use Commission, almost any special permits usually have a little bit more finite or a little bit more a plan to say, yes, we're going to give you the special permit because you're showing us the finances, you're showing us, building A will be here, not that nebulous. So, I mean, I'm not sure how long you've been with the Planning Commission, but, I guess, or coming to the land use from but do you have an understanding of how much the land use wants or needs to provide for the record to us approve or disapprove or modify or, for this kind of things?
Let me see if I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you asking me if your rules allow you to make a decision on the present record or if you guys need more?
Well,
to make
it's more, I guess, a statement or let me figure out how I'm going to see. I'll just see it more local stuff. Okay. We want to do stuff correctly. And we want something that we can grab to say, hey, it's going to cost $10 instead of, it may cost $10. It may cost $100, but we don't know. So we want something to say, it's going to be in this big, instead of, it may be this big, it may be this big. We're given something that says, it may look like this, but eventually it'll come like this. So, I guess when I've been working at the land use or on the land use, we have at least some parameters or something to say, it'll be this much and it'll cost this much. But when you have the wiggle room that will give, that you can go a little bit bigger, but not like this big. So, I mean, did that ever come to play with the county?
I do not recall. I believe that they thought that there was information sufficient on the record to make their decision. And that, there was a lot of discussion about what this project would be on the record, the fact that they were going to have leads. It's a leads project, all kinds of what they, the intention and the mission was. And yes, again, we recognize that charter schools don't have the money to go out and pre-design for these projects. But there was immense discussion about what this project would be and what it would present.
Okay, so the other question I'm going to come up that from the chair that I'm going to ask you, and it's about the Turtle Bay issue. That EIS, EIA issue and how things get stale.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Planning Commission ever say, hey, this may be still, you have to go back to get it more alive or whatever it's called to make it more up to date? Did that ever come into play?
No, there was no discussion that the EA was stale. They found it sufficient.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Kekai. I'm going to ask you similar questions to what I've asked Mr. Thatcher. And I want to just make sure that we're on the, we understand the legal requirements the same. So with respect to special use permits and looking at the reasonable, the unusual and reasonable criteria under the both 205 and 15-15-95B. Would you agree that, and similar to the ICA opinion, that when the Planning Commission reviews the SUP, they have to consider the following criteria in determining whether proposed use within the ag district is an unusual and reasonable use. And it lists down 5 considerations, but it has an and after 4 before you get to 5. So I read it as you would have to apply all 5, consider all 5, right? Okay. And
yes, I agree with your reading. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And if one of those 5 and if one of those 5 criteria cannot be positively or satisfactorily met by the proposed project, for example, it would cause an adverse effect. In your opinion, is that a basis upon which to find that the SUP should not be approved?
I agree with the statement that they have to meet all 5 criteria. I would say that if adverse impacts were found, they would also have to then find that they can be mitigated.
Okay, all right. So now that's going to take me to both the ICA the ICA's findings on the traffic. So as I read the ICA decision, it concludes on page 23. On the record, we cannot conclude that the Planning Commission clearly erred in adopting findings of facts 18, 46, and 47, and concluding that even with the proposed mitigation efforts, traffic stemming from the development would have an adverse effect on the surrounding properties. So as I read the ICA opinion, they are saying notwithstanding the mitigation efforts, the proposed project would cause an adverse effect on the surrounding properties. Is that how you would read the ICA opinion?
Yeah, I agree that that's what was written, but I don't think that that would limit the commission to the same decision as the first commission rendered.
So I kind of get in the minds of the Planning Commission. All I know is I can read from the record. There's been a tremendous amount of both testimony. The TIAR was done at that point in time, 4 years, and even their expert, as the ICA noted, Raul, recommended that it be updated because, and he specifically said that it be updated because there's, proposed new projects. This is now 2021, probably 13, 14 years later. What changed for the Planning Commission for them to render a decision that in 2014, it was an adverse effect and a basis for denial of the permit? To today, they're saying, no, we're going to grant the permit. So how did they deal? Because the record doesn't, you relied upon the same record. There wasn't any changes, no new traffic TIAR update, no new studies. So how did they come to a different conclusion?
I think the commission really focused on the conditions that are being placed, and knowing that DPW would have to review the traffic mitigation plan and such, they really were dependent on the expertise of DPW. And so therefore, you know, the fact that the conditions say that they have to keep the majority of, you know, drop off pickup on campus, you know what I mean? So not to create a backup and stuff like that, that's what the commission were dependent on, and that the conditions would mitigate those impacts.
So was DPW's comments the same in 2014 as they were in 2021?
Yeah, I do not believe, Jeff, you can jump in if you know, I don't believe that DPW submitted anything new.
Right, because you didn't amend the record, right? The record was the same.
No.
It was based upon.
Yeah.
So it was just, so in 2014, the Planning Commission felt adverse effect, even if there's mitigation. But in 2021, 7 years later, they feel, based upon the same evidence, that no, we think the mitigation is sufficient. Is that fair to say? Is that how the discussion went?
Yes.
Were there public testimony at the hearing as well?
Yes.
And did the public testimony also raise similar questions related to the traffic concerns?
They did, yes.
And so notwithstanding both the previous record, the ICA's determination to find no error on the part of the Planning Commission, no new evidence, no new TIA update, the Planning Commission nonetheless felt that the traffic was not going to change the surrounding properties.
Yeah, with the condition with the mitigation plan, that DPW would be able to mitigate that impact.
Okay. My next series of questions deal with, again, Kapa'akai. So is it your understanding that the Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission are required to fulfill the obligations of Article 12, Section 7, with respect to the protection and preservation of traditional customary practices?
I would agree, yes.
Okay. Can you direct me in the record, where did the commission, what evidence did they consider to make that determination that there's no adverse effect?
I apologize, I don't have the record of the environmental, the draft environmental assessment and shifty letters and also, but in the actual findings of fact, exhibit 114, page 10 of the document, page 108 of the record, you know, findings of fact number 54 does state that there was no, that they found, sorry, just read it directly. No traditional or customary Native Hawaiian rights have been identified as being exercised on the property.
And it
so
says,
along with,
sorry,
along with the shifty finding and concurring and the EA, the commission also took into account the fact that there were numerous hearings held, and the public was allowed to testify at every single one, the contested case hearings previously and currently, and at any time anyone could have brought up a traditional or customary practice and none was brought up. So at that point, you know, it was identified per the Pa'akai test, and you know, the third part of Pa'akai test does end with, if they exist, then you have to, you know, do these things. And so it was determined that they do not exist, and therefore the remainder of the test is not relevant.
And whose obligation is it to provide the information? Is it the public, the Hawaiian? Is it the Native Hawaiians' obligation to demonstrate traditional customary practice, or is it the applicant's responsibility to demonstrate no harm to traditional customary practices? Whose obligation?
I think it definitely is the obligation of the applicant to present the evidence and then the agency's obligation to weigh that evidence. So I would say, no, it's not technically the obligation of the Native Hawaiians, but in such, they do have the opportunity to provide public testimony if the applicant did miss something.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure your extent in working with the Hawaiian community, but in my experience, with respect to traditional customary practices, that is not something necessarily that they're going to come to a public hearing. Not a kupuna, not a cultural practitioner. That's not the forum for them to express their traditional customary practice. Do you know where their cultural impact assessment was prepared for this EA?
I want to say yes, but again, I'd have to defer to Jeff.
Yeah, I didn't see one in
exactly
I didn't see one in the record.
Okay.
And Act 50 was passed in 2000, and this came for so.
But I would actually add that I am very involved in the Hawaiian community, and we actually do get a lot of participation at the Planning Commission. A lot, actually, they show up a lot. Yeah.
Okay. And you're very fortunate if they do. But again, I think the case law is pretty clear. Yeah, right. That it is the petitioner's obligation to provide, and likewise, it is our constitutional responsibility, both the Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission, to have sufficient findings to make the determination that there's no adverse effect. When I read the environmental assessment by the archaeological firm, their conclusion was based upon 4 letters were mailed, no responses. Do you think that that's adequate? Do you think that is a sufficient basis upon which to conclude that there's no impact to traditional customary practices?
I would defer that to the courts. I don't have an opinion at this time.
Okay, because the Planning Commission made a determination. Well, I guess I find that there's an absence of sufficient findings, but that's just my opinion on this. Final question related to the environmental assessment. The applicant indicated that this is going to be a phased project. Isn't there an issue regarding segmentation that they have to do? Not only is the question whether the EA is stale under the case that the chair cited, but also don't they have an issue of segmentation coming in just phases and not doing a very comprehensive environmental EIS for a project such as this?
I would say it would only be, the phasing segmentation problem would only be if the original EA didn't take in consideration the impacts of the entire project, which I believe it did, in the sense of what it would be at full build out and how many students would be involved and how many buildings and such, or what their imagined plan was.
Because that seems to be inconsistent with the applicant's testimony today, that they don't have a very detailed plan. It's very conceptual, that when they prepared the EA before the Board of Land and Natural Resources for the lease, the disposition, it really was much more of a conceptual plan. It does not appear as if they had a detailed plan. So is your opinion still the same?
Yeah,
okay.
I think that, yes, my opinion is the same.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Ms. Kekai. I appreciate the responses.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, questions for Ms. Kekai? Commissioner Ohigashi.
I'm going to do my best. You're familiar with Neighborhood Board versus State Land Use Commission 64 Hawaii 265?
Sort of. I mean, I don't recall the full case at this very moment, no.
In that case, it dealt with a big project that they had in Kahe Point. They went through the Planning Commission in Honolulu, and they went up with the Land Use Commission, the special use permit. And the Supreme Court said, hey, this doesn't fall within, shouldn't be done by a special use permit. It should be done by a district boundary amendment because of the size and the type of the project. However, we've heard testimony from Mr. Hong saying that it was your planning director, as well as, I think it was the head of the Board of Land and Natural Resources at that time, Cynthia Thielen, that advised them to seek a special use permit. Do you have anything in your records that would indicate that your client had made that advice to Mr. Hong?
I advise
the record in this case.
I advise the Planning Commission, so I would say I don't know the advice that the director gave Mr. Hong.
Are you aware of anything in the record that shows that advice?
I am not aware of anything in the record. I cannot recall at this time, no.
Just to let you know, the case was 1982, and when I read the memorandum of opinion, it indicated that that they were citing this case for presidential. It's right now. They believe it's applicable to the present situation. So I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked Mr. Hong. I think that specifically on page 273. Actually, 272, it says that the procedural and substantive differences between the two techniques, that being the special use permit and the district boundary amendment, underscore the necessity for their proper application to the particular land use problems they are designated to address. As courts have repeatedly recognized, unlimited use of the special permit to effectuate essentially what amounts to a boundary change would undermine the protection from piecemeal changes in the zoning scheme guaranteed to landowners by the more extensive procedural protections of the boundary amendment statutes. Now, in this case, I was intrigued by one of the footnotes where it talked about, I think it was footnote number, and I gotta use my magnifying glass here. Footnote number 7 on page 25 in the memorandum opinion. And it said something about the special permit application stated that at the time, a definitive solution was not evident. And I was talking about the water problem. But the potential for additional sources of potable water might be a rain catchment system, a portable water well, or possibility of future joint developer agreement whereby connections might be able to gain additional water credits. Connections submitted that there was a 1 or 2 decade period before the DWS allotment would be reached, and there was ample time to identify and assess the feasibility of other sources and secure the necessary permits. Otherwise, campus development would not proceed beyond that sustained part. Is that the standard that SUP uses by the county, the Hawaii County, in terms of determining whether or not to issue SUP, whether or not things anticipated in the future can be considered in granting an SUP?
I think I would say yes, in the sense that that's what the conditions are for, is to plan for things that aren't completely laid out at the time of application, that can't be laid out at application.
And so would that also apply in a district boundary amendment question? Would that standard also be present in a district boundary amendment? Because I'll just give you a hint. As an LUC commissioner, I don't think I would apply this.
Yeah,
That's
and I'll just take a little latitude and say that I also don't think that a boundary amendment would apply in this case, in the sense that this is state land, and therefore I would say that if the state wanted this to be amended, a boundary amendment, that they could have issued that to the applicant instead of a special use permit.
But the state didn't issue a special use permit.
No, but I mean, if in their lease, they could have said that you should go and get a boundary amendment instead of a special use permit. If the state wanted this piece of land, which is state owned, to be amended or to
for example,
at the end of the day, they'll have it. Yeah.
Malia, for example, I know that this is on Maui, but you may not know this, but the school, the Kiei school here that is being done by the DOE is not owned by the DOE. The land. Underlying land is by the state of Hawaii. But because it's a school, and in agriculture, it was an agricultural district, they did a district boundary amendment to amend it so that we can put specific conditions, we can make sure that it's done correctly. So the state itself didn't put into any lease or requirement, but they recognize that this is a district boundary amendment situation. So I'm just asking now, I don't think that whether or not somebody puts it in a lease or not, doesn't put it in a lease is very important. I think what's important is what the chairman indicated to you, whether or not you do have that you put the deal, the LNR on the hook and say, hey, you guys gotta follow all the conditions or not. You have to have that in writing, but I don't think it's important that they put it in the lease. So I'm going to ask you, I'm trying to put it into this context. Is this a case where the special use permit application, as identified by the ICA in that footnote that I read, gives sort of more procedural latitude to a special use permit versus a DBA, a district boundary amendment?
I don't know that I really understand.
Well, I would draw the question. I would draw the question.
Sorry.
I made my point.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioners, further questions for Ms. Kekai? I believe all the questions I have been raised by commissioners prior to me. So let's hear from Ms. Campbell.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Jean Campbell, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the Hawaii County Planning Department. The Planning Department also does not have an extensive presentation for you today. As you know, the Planning Department, in the normal course of this special permit application, prepared its recommendation and background report, both of which are in the record. Planning Department folder 2, pages 881 and 419 respectively, if our review of the record is correct. And these, both the recommendation and the report, were submitted to the Windward Planning Commission for their consideration. The Planning Department recommended that the Planning Commission approve the special permit application and continues to stand by this recommendation. And I the deputy director and I are available for what I do expect are your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Questions? Commissioner Chang.
Ms. Jean Campbell, you know I cannot let you get away without asking you the same questions. Shucks. I wanted to ask you, since the planning department made recommendations to the planning commission, what information did you have to recommend that there were no traditional customary practices on the property and therefore no adverse effect?
As my co-deputy Hall noted, the planning department relied on the final environmental assessment, and additionally the lack of public testimony at the time, and continuing so, the planning department did feel that this was an adequate inquiry on our part. We do agree with both you and Deputy Hall that both the state and the county do have the responsibility to consider protected traditional and cultural rights and practices, and that this obligation does extend to special permit applications. And we actually thank the commission for your continuing this inquiry. As I noted, the planning department, the county did feel that their inquiry was adequate, and we recognize the state's both right and obligation to continue that inquiry as far as you believe it needs to go.
And I guess a question that I asked Ms. Kekan, we both agreed upon. Would you agree that the obligation to come forth with information to determine no adverse effect on traditional customary practices is the obligation of the applicant?
Yes.
So it's not the obligation of the Native Hawaiian practitioner, but the applicant.
That's correct.
And are you comfortable? I don't know if comfortable is the right word, because I'm trying to be somewhat, but do you believe that reliance on the environmental assessment, where they mailed 4 letters and no response, do you believe that that's adequate to make a determination that there's no adverse effect on cultural practitioners or Native Hawaiian traditional customary practices, given the fact that this is the Kalmana cave?
I believe that the planning department exercised its own expertise as well. So the planning department would have taken into account its own knowledge of the area, the knowledge that it received regarding the date of the lava flow, and the surrounding properties, mostly being all developed subdivisions or more modern utilized properties or modern developed properties surrounding this one. I believe that the determination could have been different if surrounding properties were undeveloped. So I believe, I guess the short answer is, I don't believe that the planning department's determination was limited solely to the environmental impact statement, or the EA, and the lack of response from 4 letters only. I believe that the planning department would have exercised its own expertise and its own discretion in its own evaluation as well.
And does the record contain that sort of that expertise and that knowledge so that we can weigh that against the conclusion? Because at this point in time, all we have is the EA. Is there anything in the record to indicate the staff's expertise and experience?
I'm afraid there's not much articulation of that, no.
All right. Oh, thank you very much, Jean. Good to see you. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Campbell, I guess I'm going to do the same question that I asked Ms. Kikai. First off, again, did the planning department think that conceptual drawing was enough to make that decision? To approve it, to send it up to us?
Yes.
Okay. So then the other question I'm going to have, and I know I sound like a broken record, I'm following because, you know, chair has better way of saying it. The EA, did you think it was stale?
No, we didn't believe that it was stale.
Okay. So the other question I have that was brought up that's kind of bothering me a little bit is is there anything on the record to say, hey, petitioner, go for a special permit instead of a DBA?
I'm not aware that there is a specific directive in the record anywhere advising the applicant one way or the other about which application to submit. The planning department was presented with a special permit application, and so that's what they processed. The planning department does actually believe that a special permit is the most appropriate application for this process and for this particular property. In part because of the agricultural nature of the proposed school. Had this been a boundary amendment and the property been changed to an urban designation, some of the agricultural proposals wouldn't be permitted any longer. And so it would change the nature of the school that's being proposed. In addition, I think it was Commissioner Ohigashi who referred to the special permit as sort of a down and dirty application, but in some ways it's exactly perfect for this because it's very limited, right? It would not allow all of the other uses that an urban designation for this property would, which would be significantly broader than a school, and that would be permanent. And so this special use permit allows this particular use on this particular property to the extent that anyone puts a time limit on the use itself, it would expire. It could be revoked. It's very narrowly tailored, and I would encourage you to look at it that way rather than a shortcut. And so I believe that it is actually an appropriate methodology for going about this particular project. And on top of that, if we look at the proposed use, if they did do a boundary amendment, they would then in addition have to come in for a use permit after that. And so a boundary amendment at a glance might seem like a good proposition, but the planning department didn't really believe that that was a better alternative. But again, the planning department simply processed the application that was in front of them as well.
Thank you. So I guess I got to go back again. Most of the time when someone comes up for a special permit during my period, they have a little bit more firm, I'm going to say firm statement like toilet's going to be here. It's more firm, more finite. Like this is the funding stream where we can guarantee it. We have, even though I know it's a charter school, but we have $5 in the bank guaranteed to spend on this. It's not. It's a plan. I know it's part of it, but it seems like to me, very nebulous. I'm not sure how the planning department deals with that. If you could explain just a little bit, just that much.
Thank you. And I guess to some extent, this project was compared to Kihei High School, which is a really different project, right? And so perhaps I wouldn't suggest you're confusing the two in any way because they are so distinguishable. There's no real ag component to Kihei. It's a standard DOE school. But this project, we believed, based on the application, needed more flexibility. They needed to be able to, I wouldn't say, come up with plans on the fly because we didn't believe that that's what they were doing. But we felt, the planning department felt that the conditions that were being imposed were adequate to deal with the uncertainty.
So I guess just falling back on the zoning issue, again, sorry, it bugs me. It's just that, as you know, for land use, we have 4 designation compared to the county, which has multiples, right? So even if the state zoning says we'll change it to urban, the county can say, you know what, you still, even though it's urban, you can do it, you can do some ag on it, or I'm sorry, I'm talking about Oahu now. You can do a more of a like a Waimanalo Gulch, landfill on an urban district. So, you can do other things on it while the county level statements. While urban is almost like anything under urban, whatever the county says you can do. So I don't. It's kind of. I can't put 2 and 2 together. That's the problem I'm having right now. So I'm not sure. I don't know if it's just a statement or if you can answer that. If not, that's fine.
Just say that it would be.
Well, the urban uses, I guess it would be, the county felt that it would be most consistent to leave it in ag, considering the proposed ag nature of the school versus, something that is really truly urban, and then trying to carve out or add in, other uses that are truly not urban uses. It just seemed most consistent to us to leave it ag. And again, we weren't presented with a boundary amendment request.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioners? Commissioner Ohigashi.
A follow-up question on that last question, Ms. Campbell. What was to stop the applicant from only designated the half that they were going to build on as a special use permit? Why was it necessary to designate the entire parcel? They were going to only build on the first half.
Was there a request?
Yeah, that was the request that came to us. But it's not.
No, I'm just trying to follow your logic. You're saying that it's supposed to remain in agriculture and it's much better to do a special use permit. But if we were going to follow that logic, then the planning department should have processed it, should have advised them to, why don't you just do this part then as a special use permit? In fact, why don't you keep it down to 15 acres? That way you don't even have the land use commission bothering you. I'm just curious about that because that's what you mentioned. The second thing that bothers me about it is that my reference to the Kihei Community School was in response to a statement made by the Planning Commission's attorney saying that the state would have put it in the lease if they wanted a boundary amendment. And because they didn't do that, we're free to do whatever we want. My response was, hey, this is a state land. Kihei Community School. They went to a DBA. They didn't do whatever they want. So I was responding to that. And to make it seem like I am comparing that school to this school, it's ridiculous. Oh, the third point that I want to make is that, did the planning director direct Mr. Hong's clients to file for a special use permit for the County of Hawaii? Is that in the record?
I don't believe that there is a directive in the record from the planning department.
That's the only questions I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioners? So at the risk of being repetitive to this line of questioning, but I am trying to, because Commissioner Ohigashi and Wong went where my mind was going, which can be a scary thing, I realize, but there we go. if I understand the record in front of me correctly, the actual urban-like uses, the school uses, the built environment, it's going to be confined to one part of the parcel, one part of one half of the parcels, and could be less than 15 acres. Am I correct?
I apologize. I need to defer to the deputy director about the size.
I gotta swear you in, Jeff. You swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth.
Yes.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Darrow, Deputy Planning Director with the County of Hawaii. The record kind of starts where the application was submitted to the Planning Department back in July of 2012. But prior to that, the applicants were going through the environmental assessment process that they were required to do, being that this was state land and they were proposing a school. We did meet with them for their proposal and discussed the different options. The discussion came up a number of times about trying to keep the school under 15 acres, but their proposal was clear that they wanted to utilize the entire 70-acre parcel. So it was clear that they understood that that meant approval through the Land Use Commission, and that was the direction that they wanted to go. There was, I don't recall a lot of discussion about going through the direction of a boundary amendment because, again, as Deputy Corporation Counsel Campbell had mentioned, that this school was very focused on the agricultural component for its uses. And to be able to go through an urban designation and then to be required to possibly have to change the zone to a residential zoning to be consistent, and then to have to go through a use permit felt like a pretty, pretty exasperating process when this option of the special permit appeared to be more in line with the direction of the school. It wasn't that they were trying to make an easier path. And so again, this was 10 years ago. I think I was the planner assigned to do a lot of the work for this application. I was involved in the meetings, but again, their focus and direction was clear.
But you would agree that what the path we've ended on has been an exasperating process for nearly everyone involved, wouldn't you?
I mean, how many years is this? Yeah. It's been exasperating, but again, if we would have gone down a different path, we're not sure how long that may have taken.
I keep thinking of the motto of the Medici family. You happen to know what that was?
I don't.
I translated into English, make haste slowly. So I guess the last question for now on this line of questioning. It is in the urban growth area, right?
Correct. The general plan designation for this area is low density urban.
So that's why I'm like just scratching my head. Like, even with all the other things you've said, you have an applicant in the urban growth area and you're saying, no, keep the land in ag, when the county has actually gone on record as saying, actually, it should go into the urban district.
Again, the applicant was focused on the direction that they wanted to go.
Yeah, I know what the applicant asked.
Had the applicant come in to want to do a residential subdivision, then obviously a boundary amendment would have been the most appropriate way to go. But this applicant came in for essentially an agricultural school, and so it seemed consistent.
But and I'm a little bit familiar with Hawaii County planning. When you set out the urban growth boundary after the extensive community plan and general plan process, it really is the statement ultimately by the council that this is what we want our urban boundaries to be, correct? That is the policy decision of the county.
Correct.
And what you're recommending when you're going with the recommendation for a special permit really is contrary to what the stated position of the county is for where the urban growth boundary should be.
I would agree with that statement, but that doesn't negate the options that are available to property owners that do have existing zoning, that these options are available to them. When the planning director looked at this particular request in light of the general plan designation, they felt that the school was in line with that low density type of use.
A couple other questions. I have not seen on the record any time limit to the latest version of the permit that was issued by the Planning Commission and recommended to the LUC.
If I could direct the commission to condition 4 of the revised recommendation that was adopted by the findings of fact. That has the time frame to build the high school phase of the project. The planning director at the time put time conditions on the up to the high school phase. My thought is that the understanding is that if they've gotten to that point in their project, that at that point we didn't need to continue with time limits until it finished, but that the school would be established at that point.
And there is a 10-year time limit on the development of the
Right.
school.
But that's more akin to the LUC says you must commence by such and such date or be subject to revocation. It's not actually a time limit on the length of the special use, correct?
Right, but there doesn't need to be an absolute time limit. If you look at the HAR 1595E, the duration of the entire project is permissive versus the initial build out is a shall. And so this is in line with the administrative rules.
Except to the degree, I guess I would counter Ms. Campbell, and with real respect for your understanding of the law, with you know the case that we've talked about, the neighborhood board case, where we're really trying to draw a distinction between district boundary amendment actions versus special permit actions. I think you have to read 1595E also in context of the overall land use statute in the state, right?
Yeah, and certainly the land use commission would be free to add a time limit duration as.
Okay, so
government.
great. So you're getting to exactly where I'm trying to go. What in the record would be a reasonable basis for placing a time condition on it? Should the commission garner 5 votes to agree?
You know, I think that's in the discretion of the commission, and I wouldn't want to direct.
It has to be based on the record, yeah?
Right, and there's an awful lot of information in the record, including the duration of the lease itself. I haven't looked closely at that to recall whether it's got extension periods, renewal options, or any of those. I think there's the record is voluminous, and I'm afraid I can't cite to you all of the different considerations you would want to.
Because in the record regarding Waimanalo Gulch, we specifically got dinged for placing a time condition that was not related deeply to the record, yeah? So I asked that question. I think I'm POW for now. Any others, commissioners? Okay, it's 2:37. I think we started at 1:41. Am I remembering correctly? Yeah. So if we end off our county questions for now, then we could go on to OPSD and the intervener after a 10-minute break. Okay, so let's reconvene at 2:47. Okay, We have Commissioner Wong. We have Ms. Kekai, missing Mr. Matsukawa. We have Commissioner Axon, Ohigashi, Chang. Giovanni? Giovanni. Okay. Man, it's 2:47. I really am grateful to everybody who is so prompt. It's 2:47. We're back on the record. And we will now hear from OPSD, Ms. Kato. Questions for OPSD, followed by Mr. Matsukawa. Ms. Kato.
Thank you, Chair. The Office of Planning and Sustainable Development recommends approval of this special permit, subject to additional conditions to address state concerns with respect to the project's potential impacts to archaeological resources and endangered species. Special permits may be granted by the County Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission for certain unusual and reasonable uses within the State Agricultural Land Use District. Now, HAR 1515-95C provides 5 guidelines to aid in determining whether use is unusual or unreasonable. And OPSD believes that the proposed use generally meets the special permit guidelines for an unusual and reasonable use within the agricultural district. The property is undeveloped and poorly suited for agricultural use due to its location on the 1880-1881 lava flow, and has an LSP soil rating of D, or poor. According to the county's Exhibit 78, County of Hawaii Planning Department revised recommendation, the proposed project with appropriate mitigation would not adversely affect the surrounding property and would not unreasonably burden public resources. The use is also consistent with the surrounding area, which has developed into low-density residential neighborhoods. While the property is considered low-quality agricultural land, petitioner proposes to establish agricultural and reforestation programs as part of the school's curriculum. The reforestation projects would include reintroducing and preserving the existing ohia forest and reintroducing some native species. The proposed agricultural program would provide students with hands-on experience in sustainable agricultural practices and may include greenhouses, cultivated gardens, and we understand possibly livestock. And these programs will help to further Hawaii's sustainability goals and is a compatible and appropriate use within the agricultural district. OPSD notes that the County Planning Commission's finding of fact number 21 references adoption of the recommended conditions contained within County's Exhibit 78, the Planning Department's revised recommendations. The 19 recommended conditions, however, do not appear to have been incorporated in the Planning Commission's DNO. The 19 conditions cover public facilities and certain matters of state concern, specifically the Kamana cave that underlies the property. The recommended conditions include a 100-foot buffer zone and other related historic sites mitigation as supported by the FBA. So OPSD therefore recommends also that the LEC incorporate the 19 conditions from the Planning Department's revised recommendation dated October 31st, 2012. In addition, OPSD recommends one additional condition related to endangered species as recommended in the FONSI for the project's FEA. The condition relates to avoidance of impacts to the Hawaiian hawk and the Hawaiian hoary rat, which are species that one of the public testifiers mentioned as being in the area. Specific language for this additional condition is provided in OPSD's written testimony. Again, the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development recommends approval of the special permit for this project, subject to the imposition of the mentioned conditions. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Kato? Commissioner Chang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, Ms. Kato, I want to be consistent and ask everybody the same series of questions. So, so you would agree that under special use permit, as well as the IC opinion, that all 5 of those criteria must be considered in determining unusual and reasonable use?
I think that they should be considered. I don't think that they necessarily all need to be met, as they are guidelines and not specifically requirements.
Okay, so you believe it is within the discretion of the Planning Commission to weigh the evidence and use their discretion in weighing, in determining whether it's unusual and reasonable use?
That's correct.
Okay, and based upon the record, the original determination in 2014, I believe it was, they determined that there would be adverse effect on the surrounding areas, in particular because of the traffic and the water issues. And although the record hasn't been amended, no updated TIAR, no additional information, you believe deference should be given to the County Planning Commission in deciding to change their mind, that now they believe the permit should be issued.
So you're talking about the difference between the Planning Commission's first decision and second decision?
Yes.
Well, I think that's the subject of the IC opinion, which found that certain conclusions the Planning Commission made in the first decision were incorrect and reversed and remanded it.
And
so,
okay. However, they also did not find error in some of their findings and conclusions.
Well, our understanding is that, there are potential impacts, but that those impacts can be mitigated with the conditions that were included in the Planning Department's revised recommendation.
Okay.
Which do address traffic and water.
Do you find that the EA that was prepared for the original lease from DLNR is still applicable and viable 13, 14 years later?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
We did not particularly find an issue with it.
Okay. And my final questions relates to Article 12, Section 7. Do you believe that the record that the County Planning Commission's findings are adequate for both the Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission to conclude that traditional customary practices have been adequately addressed in the record?
Well, the efforts made by the petitioner to identify the cultural resources and practices are discussed in the FEA at pages 532, 533. We understand that there were no identified traditional customary native Hawaiian rights exercise of the property. I'm not sure that I can speak well to the efforts that were made, but it's described in there, and we thought that it was sufficient.
And would you agree that the burden is on the applicant to prove that there is no harm to traditional customary practices, and not on the cultural practitioners to prove that there is a practice?
Yes, I agree with that.
So okay. All right, thank you. You've answered my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners? Questions for Ms. Cotto? Oh, yes.
Commissioner.
Bidder number 652.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Cotto, I'm going to be repetitive what I asked the counties also. Do you think the EA is still?
Well, I think Commissioner Chang also asked this. We did not find it to be stale.
Okay, so then the other question is, I know you've been with us, or you've been with OP and with the coming in front of the Land Use Commission a short period. I'm gonna say short period compared to other attorneys. You know, during the time of special permits, we usually have a little bit more substantial information in terms of where is the toilets going, where is, you know, so do you think that's good enough for the record? So we can say, yeah, go for it, or no, don't go for it.
Well, in my time doing these matters, the SPs that I've seen come through have been for projects in which the applicant or the petitioner had a lot of money to create all those substantial, you know, plans and things. So it's a little difficult to say what is required. I think it's within the LUC's discretion to determine whether you think the record is sufficient, whether there's enough information to make your decision. I'm not sure that it's a I'm not sure to what extent you should look at what other petitioners have provided for SPs to determine whether what this petitioner has provided is sufficient.
So another question I have is, I guess Commissioner Higashi brought this up, or Commissioner Giovanni, I'm sorry. One of the commissioners brought up that, why didn't the petitioner come and say, you know what, instead of the whole apple, we're gonna come in front of just the county and just do, instead, leave it at ag on this part and then come this part for rural, or a designation with the counties only for the schoolhouse. What's your idea of that?
Anything I say about why they made that decision would be speculation.
Okay,
so
no problem. So the other question I have then is, as you know, the Land Use Commission has 4 definitive, you know, areas, you know, preservation, ag, you know, urban, all that, right? And the counties can have other designation within urban, other designation within ags, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Could the counties come and say, you know what, we'll go for a or the petitioner come and say, we'll go for a DBA for urban, but let the counties decide what we want to do it under urban, because urban can do anything. In general, you know what I'm saying?
You mean at the state level?
Yeah.
I mean, that's possible, but, you know, given that, you know, I understand that schools are normally not really the use that you think of in special permits, but the reason that we say that it's compatible and appropriate in the agricultural district is because of the school's plans for extensive agricultural programs, including their agroforestry.
Right. You know, it's just hard for me because I've been hearing on this that it's going to take 30 years for full build out. And 30 years is a long time for a special permit. You know, usually when we hear 30 years, that's a DBA pretty much. You know, usually it's a finite time for special permits. You know how, I'm not sure if you were here for Waimanalo Gulch, but we changed it, says, no, come back here for DB, you know, do a DBA if you really want it, because it shouldn't be special permits. So you know what I'm trying to get at is 30 years is a pretty long time in my estimation. I mean, I won't be here. I hope I will be here, but I doubt it. You will be here, but you know what I'm saying? It's one of those things that it's pretty long. So that's a statement. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. It's just a statement.
Okay.
So, thank you, Ms. Kato. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioners, Commissioner Ohigashi.
Kato, I'm gonna give you a chance on this to help me out on this neighborhood board state land use commission case, 64 Hawaii to 65. So I'm reading from the opinion on 266, the facts part, it says that the proposed site has been vacant and undeveloped since 1960. Its soils has been assigned a Land Study Bureau overall productivity rating of E, or very poor for overall agricultural productivity, with frequent outcropping. Immediately south between the subject parcel and Kamehameha Highway, there are 13 single-family homes, which form part of the old agricultural subdivision. So, the facts of this case, Neighborhood Board, State Land Use Commission, seem to apply in this particular case, given the fact that the very poor, we're dealing with the same thing, very poor land, very poor, frequent outcroppings, in this case, lava flows, and it has certain amount of single-family dwellings scattered about it, right? Yet, and admittedly, it was a theme park that they decided not to do it, but yet they said, and this is a different quote on page 273, we do not believe that the legislature envisioned the special use technique, they didn't use permit, technique they used, to be used as a method of circumventing district boundary amendment procedures to allow for the ad hoc infusion of major urban area uses into agricultural districts. That's on page 273. Can you help me out and tell me why is this, again, unreasonable, is reasonable and unusual, is use that would allow, that Neighborhood Board, State Land Use Commission would allow it?
Well, Commissioner Oigashi, I'm assuming the case you're talking about is the one with the recreational theme park?
Yes.
Okay, I am not prepared to speak about that. I haven't really reviewed this case, so I'm not sure about that, but it's on a recreational theme park, I think is very different from a school that is planning to do a lot of agriculture. And
how is it factually different?
That the school is planning to have agricultural programs and reforestation programs.
But when you indicated your OP's reasoning, I think you relied upon the fact that it's barren land or unable to agriculture, and that is
there, the
in that particular area. So I'm just trying to get a hold on what is the different facts here. In fact, if you take a look at on 267, the lands further south of the site under sugar cultivation at the time of Wahoo's application were classified from agricultural to urban district. So they even had a classification to urban district in June 9 to permit construction of a residential, commercial, and resort development. Northwest of the site stands Hawaiian Electric Kahe Power Point plant beyond the site. Now, surrounding this area are industrial uses. But then they still said, hey, you got to go through the district boundary amendment process because the special use permit was not meant to do this type of thing. So you got to help me out with this and tell me what, reading after, since you haven't read the case, I can't ask you to understand the case, but since, how do we get past Neighborhood Board, State Land Use Commission?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Oigashi, I know you made some references to certain pages, but I don't know what those references are.
Okay, then I'll withdraw the question then, because that's what I'm getting in trouble with this
Well,
case.
I did say that the land is unsuited for agriculture because of the poor soils, because of the lava, but
that's what they said in this case.
Yeah, but they are planning, I understand the petitioner is planning to have things like greenhouses, various other things that can be on the property that are agriculture. And specifically, I think we're interested in the planting of trees.
So I would have no objection if they decide to put up a farm there and do anything else like that, but what they are planning to do is a school. And a school is basically, well, let me go backwards. Let me go backwards. The other question that I have is, excuse me, time limits. Chairman mentioned it. Is it possible to link the special use permit to the 10 years that the county has required to be built, that the school be built?
You're asking whether the you can impose a time limit on the special permit? Is that the question? Yes, I think you have discretion to do that.
And that would mean that if the time comes up, we can retract the special permit. Is that correct?
Well, the special permit would expire.
Right.
Its own.
We can. Prior to that, does the State Land Use Commission have the authority to take away the special permit? Supposedly we have an evil dictator as governor, and and things like that, and then they force us to say, we're going to go say, hey, that's it, that's the end. We can terminate right there.
I mean, I'm not an expert on the OUC's rules. I'd have to take a look. I think if the petitioner violates conditions, there's probably something that allows you to withdraw the special permit, but I would have to check to see where that is.
So the petitioner may be well aware, should be aware, that if they violate any of the conditions that have been placed upon them, that the State Land Use Commission has the opportunity to bring them in and to review the special use permit. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
So should the applicant be aware, or the petitioner be aware, that if they violate any condition under the special use permit, that the State Land Use Commission still has the jurisdiction to call them in on an order to show cause and say, hey, we're going to terminate this because of your failure to follow the conditions.
I mean, if that's what's in the rules, that's what's in the rules.
I'm asking your opinion. Is that what the OPA?
Are you asking me if the petitioner is aware of this?
Yeah.
I don't know what the petitioner is aware of or not.
OPSD is the SD is again, it's for sustainability development. We had
sustainable development.
Yeah, we had a talk about the other day, which I found really enlightening. Has this project been reviewed under your department, under this for sustainability guidance, sustainability guidance?
Yes, we yes.
And have they issued a report as to what this sustainability or reaction to what this report is?
I mean, we included a statement in our written testimony.
And you gotta forgive me because I've read so much documents in that. Can you refer me to it? Can you tell me what it says?
So
I remember what I had for dinner last night.
Sustainability, the Hawaii 2050 Sustainability Plan, charting a course for the decade of action 2020 to 2030, page 107, Natural Resource Protection section. The petitioner's proposal for reforestation program and protection of natural resources meets strategy 35, protect and manage watersheds, and strategy 37 to conserve working forest landscapes protect forests from harm, and enhance public benefits from trees and forests.
So that is your recommendation, or that is in the record concerning your position on sustainability?
That is part of our written testimony.
And I just asked that question because I was intrigued about Commissioner Giovanni's question, and I was just wondering whether or not there was anything about it in there. The last question that I have is that scratch that. That's all the questions that I have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Higashi. Commissioners? I have 6 questions for you, Ms. Kato. First question, Hawaii Administrative Rules 151595 C2. Says we can issue a special use permit when the proposed use would not adversely affect the surrounding property. We have on the record, as has been repeatedly pointed out by Commissioner Chang, even on the record from appeal from the ICA, that there's going to be adverse impacts on traffic, findings that were not struck. How is it that you read, presumably from OPSD's position, you read this provision of the rules of having an asterisk on it that says, or if it's mitigated to below significance?
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
Is your condition, okay, let me try again. Hawaii Administrative Rules 151595
You're talking about the guidelines.
C2, yes. States we can issue the permit if, quote, the proposed use would not adversely affect surrounding property. Is it OPSD's contention that based on the entire record of this case, this issuance of this permit will not adversely affect surrounding property?
That is our understanding. The relevant public facilities are county concerns, so OPSD has relied on the recommendation of the county planning department with respect to these matters.
So you have not independently, as long as the county says we're good, you're good?
They're not county, I mean, they're not state roads, they're not, we believe that these are more appropriate for the county.
Do you disagree that the ICA opinion noted that there's still adverse impacts?
I'm not sure.
Okay, let's move on. You've stated that one of your reasons for supporting this special use permit issuance is because specifically that this school is doing farming and forestry activities as part of their curriculum. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
So if it is so integral to the approval of the special use permit, would it be appropriate for this commission to place special conditions that compliance with this permit would not only include the development of physical facilities, but the development of educational and restoration and farming programs as committed to by the applicant?
I think that's your discretion.
No. Well, yes, I know it's my discretion or our discretion, but that's not the question that I asked you. Your logic is the reason why, one of your things you have said is the reason why a special use permit is appropriate is because farming and forestry is integral to the activity that's being proposed.
That is just our opinion. I mean, if you don't agree with it, that's fine.
But that's your argument, correct? Have I misunderstood your argument?
That's our testimony.
So if we were to believe your testimony, wouldn't it be appropriate for us to require that those activities be required as a condition of the permit?
If you find that to be necessary to granting a special permit, then and appropriate, then yes.
Wouldn't that logically follow if we agreed with your argument?
Yes, sure.
Who believes the Land Use Commission has the power to require after a certain date that a DBA be filed? As a condition of
sorry.
a special use permit?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked at that.
Fourth question, we're almost through. Recently, the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development set out a draft 5-year boundary review study that you presented to this commission. And among the contentions in that study, to paraphrase, is that if lands are in the urban growth boundary in the county general plan, they should be converted into urban uses. And yet, in this docket, lands that are in the urban growth boundary for Hawaii County, you're specifically suggesting we take an action to do the exact opposite. And I'm trying to understand what I'm perceiving as to be two contrary positions from OPSD within a month of each other.
I do not recall that specific review report, but I think I would have to defer that to my client.
Does your client want to respond?
Possibly Rodney.
Okay, Rodney Funakoshi from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes. Okay, I understand the question. And I think it was raised before, and I would agree with the county's position on this matter, that yes, even though it's within the urban growth boundary, it's not an automatic that it should be reclassified, because there's other areas such as, for example, parks that might be in the urban growth boundary, but not necessarily you want to reclassify them. And so similarly, it's more an option as opposed to a should be. So
but that's not what your report said, correct? You didn't have that clarification in your report.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but I mean, it's not a carte blanche, for everything that's within the urban growth boundary should be in the urban district. I don't think we said that. It's certainly candidates for urban reclassification is probably what we would find.
Perhaps I read it differently when I read it. This is for Ms. Kato or Mr. Funakoshi. Did you consult with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife or the State Historic Preservation Division in preparing your recommendations?
No, we did not. Because we have, it's required that we rely on the record. So only what is in the County Planning Commission's record, so we would not independently consult with DLNR.
Okay, last question. And this is for Ms. Kato. You stated that you did do an analysis and concluded that under the Unite Here Local 5 decision, you did not feel that the EA was stale, if you will. Can you describe a little bit more about the analysis that you conducted to reach that conclusion?
I did not say that I did a specific analysis of this.
Oh, so I misunderstood you. I apologize. Could you restate, please?
I did not do a legal analysis of this, no.
So the OPSD has not done analysis whether or not the EA is sufficient under the Supreme Court's finding under Unite Here.
We have not specifically done this legal analysis. That was not part of our testimony.
Okay, I misunderstood your oral comments before. I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying. I have nothing further. Commissioners, anything further? Well, thank you very much, Mr. Matsukawa. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And if, like the other parties, you could give a sort of overview of where you want to go, that'd be helpful.
I'll be maybe 15 minutes. And what I want to help the commission with is how we got here and why we're having this extensive discussion at this time.
Please proceed.
Okay. When I got into the case, the decision back in 2014 had already been made, which was a denial. So it was the applicant, Connections, and CBES who took the appeal. And so in that posture, Mr. Gomes, as the intervener, was not required to assign points of error. He did not file a cross appeal, just defended the position that the county had for a denial. When the ICA then vacated the the commission's ruling, the first question that was raised was, what happens on remand? And at that time, the Supreme Court had already decided the Huvonua versus Hawaiian Electric case. When the PUC was overruled, the court reminded the parties, especially the agencies, that on remand, you only focus on what we told you to do, and you do not have the liberty to rewrite the findings. And of course, you based on the record. So the second question then came to the Planning Commission, which was, do we open the record to consider more information to focus on the issues that we have been authorized to look at per the ICA? The decision was made not to reopen the record. And so therefore, a lot of issues that could have been addressed were not. The record was confined to what was created back in 2012 to 2014. And in light of some of the questions that have been raised by some commissioners, the record does show the testimony of a person who lives in the neighborhood next door to the project site. He testified at the contested case hearing, and he also made a presentation to the Planning Commission as a whole. He raised the issue of whether it's appropriate to submit a proposal based simply on concepts, and that we will work things out later. I think that was, I can't speak for the commission members who voted the first time, but I'm sure they considered his testimony that if we're just looking at concepts, are we discharging our responsibilities without asking for more? And this concept issue appears in the transcript for the last, during the first hearing, where people were asking questions about water especially. When will things be done and how? And issues over traffic. Which brings us to what the ICA did and did not do. The intervener filed proposed findings. That's in file 9. We filed it on September 24 and October 1. In our proposed findings, we addressed the water issue that the commission had overlooked. The ICA had overlooked. It could not find references to the 60 gallons per student standard. And so we directed the Planning Commission in our proposed findings to the testimony of the Department of Water personnel who testified to the commission the first time as to the standard itself and how to use it. Among other things that we brought up in the amended findings, proposed amended findings, was this issue of if some of the standards or criteria are not met, does that itself justify denial? Do you need, in other words, can you deny just on one criteria not being satisfied, and vice versa? Could you grant just on one standard or criterion be qualified? Because the ICA, at the end of its decision, seemed to criticize the idea of a totality of the evidence type of decision-making, suggesting that the Planning Commission must point directly to the criteria that they're relying upon to grant or to deny. So it's not, the process may be one of weighing the evidence, testing the weight of each point, but still someone has to identify what criteria the decision is based on. We also, in the proposed amended findings, raised the issue that some of the commissioners have raised today, which is one, this is on page 25 of our proposed amended findings, paragraph 60, D as in dog, where we quote the Office of State Planning, who wrote a letter on October 3, 2012, Record on Appeal 404, that a boundary amendment might be a preferred alternative to obtain the entitlements it needs to build and operate a school on the property. And at the end, we point out, as the ICA said we could argue that the public trust doctrine must be analyzed under a reasonable and beneficial standard, and that such evidence was lacking. The commission did not, pursuant to statute, incorporate into its decision that's before you a ruling on our proposed finding. Section 91-12 requires a decision on proposed findings. They do not have to rule on every single item, but they need to at least indicate for the record that they have considered the proposed amended findings. And they could say it's not consistent with our ruling today, or some method to demonstrate they did consider the proposals that had been put before them. And then getting back to the ICA, and as Commissioner Chang has pointed out, the fact that the court did not reverse some of the findings of the Planning Commission the first time binds the commission. They can't deviate, they can't rewrite it. So on paragraph finding 47 on adverse impacts despite mitigation, that is binding. The commission couldn't try to rewrite it. And we pointed this out in our exceptions. The other finding that was not reversed was number 22 and 49 concerning Connection's ability to develop the water sources as proposed. Those two findings stand, cannot be rewritten, but the Planning Commission did in fact rewrite it. And the ICA also never addressed finding number 57 on the first go round, which was the change in the essential character of the property. Now, this is not a state LUC criterion. This is something that the county added to its special permit criteria, that the proposal would not change the essential character of the land. The ICA never touched number 57. So again, that binds the County Planning Commission. The Planning Director's recommendation that the Planning Commission then adopted the second go around, is dated 2012. It's based on information that was in the record as of 2012. So some of the findings that were not vacated are inconsistent with the planning director's revised recommendations. So there's inconsistency, and yet the planning commission on the remand adopted without qualification the planning director's revised recommendations from 2012. What I think is most important, though, is the ICA did allow the intervener to present issues on the public trust doctrine because the land is public land. In our proposed amended findings, we addressed some of that issue based on the record. But because the issue was closed in terms of new evidence, the Planning Commission simply said in its current ruling that the public trust doctrine doesn't apply. Simply because it's not important ag land. And there's no qualification in the state constitution that says that. It says all land, including water, must be held in a public trust. And if we follow the water cases that have been handed down, we know that although we're dealing with land, not water, and most of the litigation on public trust doctrine has been focused on water, the same general principles apply. And I think if the Kauai Springs case teaches us anything, many of Mr. Ohigashi's questions would have been answered had the county planning commission undertaking a true public trust analysis. Because how you use the land, what benefits, what impacts, all of these questions would come up under a public resources trust analysis. That opportunity was before the planning commission. They chose not to explore it. The minutes of the hearing of November 4 are quite clear. When one commissioner says we need to address it, the majority says no. And the written decision is somewhat clear. So based on that, the intervener's position is that the commission should deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matsukala. Commissioners. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mike. Mr. Matsukala, it's good to see you. And thank you for that summary of some of the things that were not stated. And we didn't have the benefit of being there during that process after the case got remanded. Is it your opinion that based upon the ICA opinion, as well as the administrative rules and chapter 205, specifically looking at 15-15-95, that adverse effect, a finding of adverse effect on one of those 5 criteria can be the basis to determine that the SUP should be denied because it's not consistent, or it doesn't meet the unusual and reasonable use?
I believe so. And when you read the ICA's opinion at the very end, they seem to suggest that you can deny on any one criteria, you can grant on any one criteria, but it's part of the weighing process. And if that is one that carries the greatest weight, then I presume the ICA would agree.
Yeah, because that's how I read their discussion in particular on the traffic. that they looked at all of the evidence, the entire record went up before them. And while they said that the Planning Commission can weigh, and they did apply that analysis of the Planning Commission having the discretion to weigh on some of the findings and conclusions. But with respect to, because I agree with you, with respect to the traffic, even the ag use, that it's very ironic, you're saying it's incompatible with ag, but yet your project is focusing on ag, that the ICA did seem to give great, well, one, they were not remanding it back for the Planning Commission to exercise any discretion. They were bound by that, notwithstanding the mitigation, they're bound by that. So, okay. And let me ask you, I am surprised that no one raised the issue of Article 12, Section 7. And you know, wouldn't you agree that that applies to this process as well?
Well, Commissioner Chang, one of the dilemmas we had was it was not an issue raised the first go around because my clients had technically prevailed with the denial. On remand, the Planning Commission, by ruling that they were going to stick to the record and that the intervener did not himself raise that issue, I personally felt that we were prohibited from raising an issue that we had not raised before.
Okay.
And then based on that Honua case, that we couldn't ask the commission to rewrite something that we never argued for the first time around. It was just a decision to make.
All right. And I wasn't there, so don't clearly understand sort of the thought process, but would you agree that the constitutional obligation is on the Planning Commission and Land Use Commission, notwithstanding the fact that anybody has raised it or not raised it, but we have an independent obligation to preserve and protect?
I agree. When you read the public trust doctrine, it says the obligation exists at every stage of the permitting process. So yes, whether someone had properly raised it at the commission level during the evidentiary hearing, it can be raised at any time in the permitting process. So that would apply to today.
And the obligation to the burden of proof to show that there is no harm to traditional customary practices is on the applicant, not on the cultural practitioner. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you read the environmental assessment that was prepared for the original land board determination on issuing this lease that they are relying on to, they're relying on the reports that were done in the EA as the factual basis to say that there is no traditional and customary practices. Did you review that?
Commissioner Chang, sorry, one moment. There was a power surge at the LUC offices and we apparently—
did we lose them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kalamai.
That's okay.
And I missed that. I don't know exactly when they went out. They're trying to reboot now.
Okay, I'll wait. Do you want me to wait? Just hold on, or do you want to take a break? Or you need to leave by 4? Is that correct?
Yeah, no. My hope was to be finished by 4 today.
I'm almost
even the tremendous commissioners we have all have sort of mental limits to how much we can process in a single day to be effective and discharge our duties.
Yeah, it would be good if we can close this out, at least the questioning of the parties.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have a sense of
Yeah.
where the other commissioners are at.
Okay. I think, well, did you want to just wait? Because I'll conclude to provide everybody else more time to ask questions.
So, okay, I'd rather actually just wait till
Yeah, okay.
a couple minutes. We're sort of on a recess till they show up again. Commissioner Ohigashi?
Oh, I just wanted a short recess.
Okay, 4 minutes sufficient, Commissioner?
More than sufficient.
Huh?
More than sufficient. Unless you
Okay.
keep me here a little longer.
So just recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, 3:45, we're back on the record. Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I've concluded my questioning, so
Okay.
you can go on. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yeah, I was only going to comment, Ms. Matsuoka, that I think the Supreme Court agrees with you that we can deny with one, even on one of the conditions, as I keep citing Neighborhood Board versus State of Land Use Commission. In that case, Supreme Court determined that the first condition wasn't met, therefore denied the entire, or vacated the entire permit. So I think that the ICA adopted that rule when it cited Neighborhood Board in its decision. That's all the comment I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioners. Commissioner Wong? No? I'm glad, Mr. Matsukawa, you brought to our attention the transcripts from the meeting where the Planning Commission reconsidered the decision. I have to say, well, you may or may not know, I've actually published on the public trust doctrine and Hawaii's water law cases. I couldn't agree more that the public trust doctrine in Hawaii is expansive, does not apply solely to important agricultural lands, but not only all water resources without distinction, but also all publicly held natural resources are held in trust. But I guess here's what I'm struggling with. There was some other kind of ugly stuff in that hearing too. People testifying on the record oh, this is somebody said, and I'm only repeating what somebody said. Somebody's like, oh, this is a failing school. Why would you give a failing school a new campus? Even if that was true, which I don't believe is true, and I don't think there's anything on the record to support that statement, but isn't that exactly who you would support? If you had a school that wasn't doing well, wouldn't you want to support them all? So I guess I'm asking you, given the importance of the issues that you've raised, denial, how does denial further justice and get us to where not only our immediate neighbors' specific concerns raised, but also a school that's trying to educate some of the neediest kids in our islands also has a chance to move forward in not an inordinately complex way? Where do we go?
My answer, Mr. Chairman, would be quite simple. An alternative site. Look at how much time has been wasted over this particular parcel. If an alternative site had been sought, school could have been up and running already.
Perhaps or perhaps not. Do you think, however, if the applicant had instead gone for a district boundary amendment, right? There's not a requirement that there be no impact to surrounding. There's not actually there's not a requirement in Hawaii law that all public trust resources should never be harmed.
I agree.
What the cases have said is that only this should be done with a level of diligence and foresight that meet the sort of high value that those resources have in our Constitution and laws. If they had simply gone through, or if they simply go through for the same site, a DBA process, that might not be what your clients want, but your clients would actually get a fair hearing.
I agree.
I don't think I have anything further for Mr. Matsukawa at this time. Does anyone else? Okay, seeing none, it's 3:50. We cannot start until 9:30 tomorrow. We would have quorum, but we would actually set up a problem if we're intending to make a decision tomorrow, which is a good goal given the 45-day deadline that this commission has. It would require Commissioner Giovanni to review some of the record right after having missed it, and just the timing might not be effective on that. So while the agenda says that we're going to start at 9, and certainly the room can be opened at 9, we're not actually going to start till 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. We have concluded presentations from all the parties and questions from the commissioners to all the parties. As I laid out in our procedures for today, subsequent to that, I'm going to allow a space for the commissioners to ask any final questions of any of the parties that they want to prior to moving into deliberation. We've closed public testimony, so there's not going to be any additional public testimony tomorrow. Are there any other questions about our procedures? I'm going to go in order just to make sure. Oh, did we lose Mr. Richardson? There you are. You moved on your screen. I'm sorry. I had put you up in the top left. Mr. Richardson.
No questions.
Mr. Hong.
No questions, thank you. Oh, wait, I do actually have questions. There were 3 questions that you asked earlier on regarding the concurrence, the bound by 1594A, bound by owner's consent. Also regarding the infiltration of wastewater runoff into the caves. Wasn't able to provide you with the record references. Would you like me to try and provide those to you tomorrow?
That would be good. Thank you. Thank you for raising those. Any further questions, Mr. Hong, on procedures?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kekai,
None, thank you, Chair.
Ms. Campbell,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Kato,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Matsukawa.
None.
Okay, seeing none, it's 3:53. I'm going to adjourn, go into recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Hold on, Commissioner Chang. You're on mute.
Yep. Could you just clarify what's going to be our schedule like tomorrow? Because we've got commissioners coming and going, so we're going to start at 9:30.
Okay,
And we've got
yeah,
Commissioner Wong on the phone.
that is correct. And so he is going to be following the proceedings
Okay.
the entire time. Commissioner Axon has to leave at 11:30, I believe. Is that correct, Commissioner Axon? Sorry, Ed, could you orally confirm? Yes, 11:30. 11 o'clock. Okay. Commissioner Giovanni?
Yeah, I'm also unavailable from 11 to 1, same time as Commissioner Axon.
Okay, so we'll start tomorrow morning. We'll very briefly hear if there's answers to my previous questions on the record from Mr. Hong. We'll go to any final questions for the parties, then we'll go into deliberation. That will be from 9:30 till 11. Should we not be finished, we'll take a 2-hour recess and reconvene at 1 o'clock to continue the proceedings.
Thank you. Thank
Anything further, commissioners? Or Mr. Ardenker? Commissioner Ohigashi?
I just wanted to ask Mr. Hong, it's so big a record. If you do have answers to those questions, could you email us not only the site, but a portion of that, of the document you're referring to, or a portion of the section, so at least I can really, I have a hard time searching through this thing. It's
So
everybody-
it would, most properly, the email would be to Ms. Quinones, who could distribute it to the commissioners
Is that okay?
and the parties.
Very good.
Okay. Is there anything further, commissioners, parties? Seeing none, we're in recess. We'll reconvene at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Mahalo nui.